guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. President-elect Trump has named all of his top cabinet picks for his upcoming administration, Scott Carr reports from Washington.
Trump named several people to head various departments Friday and Saturday, including the closely watched nomination of hedge fund billionaire Scott Bessent to serve as Treasury Secretary. Jeanette Nesheiwat is the second Fox News contributor to be named to his cabinet, Nesheiwat to be the Surgeon General. One of the authors of the so-called Project 2025, Russell Vought's been tapped by Trump to lead the Office of Management and Budget, and he's chosen Dr. Marty Makary, a controversial Johns Hopkins surgeon, to lead the FDA, and a former NFL player, Scott Turner, to run the Department of Housing and Urban Development. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth is open to confirming President-elect Trump's cabinet picks, but wants them to go before the Senate for confirmation. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Duckworth said she's willing to confirm some of Trump's nominees, but that senators need the chance to evaluate their qualifications. The Illinois Democrat praised Trump's pick for Secretary of State Marco Rubio, saying he's a good friend and colleague who's definitely qualified for the job. However, she had harsher words for Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth, who she criticized over his comments, saying women shouldn't serve in the military in combat roles. Duckworth, an Army veteran who lost both of her legs in Iraq, said women who serve in the military are vital to its operation, and argued if Hegseth doesn't understand that, then he isn't qualified for the position. Hezbollah has fired around 250 missiles towards Israel after an Israeli strike in central Beirut on Saturday, which killed at least 20 people. The US is attempting to broker a peace deal between Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, who has been fighting in solidarity with Hamas in Gaza. Meanwhile, Senator Chris Van Hollen is urging President Biden to use US leverage to improve the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. The Maryland Democrat told CBS's Face the Nation that the Biden administration should withhold American support for Israel until the country allows more humanitarian aid into Gaza and stops using U.S. weapons in violation of international law.
We've seen this pattern where President Biden makes demands of Prime Minister Netanyahu only to be ignored or slapped down entirely. And then President Biden sends more bombs and more money.
This comes after the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last week. President Biden has called the move outrageous. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the outcome of COP29, the climate change summit that has finished in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan. It ended with a $1.3 trillion agreement to provide funds for developing world nations to move towards a low-carbon economy. But only $300 billion of that money will come in the form of grants and interest-free loans. The rest of the cash will rely on private investors and new levies on fossil fuel use that have not yet been agreed. Riley Ware is with Christian Aid's delegation attending the event in Baku.
We're disappointed ultimately because this was billed as the finance COP that would actually meet the needs of developing countries, both to tackle the impacts of climate change, the droughts, the floods, the storms, but also help them decarbonise their economies over the next few years. And despite this being kind of the moment where we were supposed to really mobilise the right amount of money to do that, the number is too low and it's too vague. It will come from largely loans that will just add to the debt burden of many of these poorer countries.
There were protests in the final hours of COP29 and allegations that Saudi Arabia was playing a behind-the-scenes role to alter the final text of the summit without full consultation. The event ended in a general atmosphere of recrimination and claims that it had been a missed opportunity. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. President-elect Trump has named all of his top cabinet picks for his upcoming administration. Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth is open to confirming President-elect Trump's cabinet picks, but she says that senators need the chance to evaluate their qualifications first. Hezbollah has fired around 250 missiles towards Israel after an Israeli strike in central Beirut on Saturday, which killed at least 20 people. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Then, looky there. That's the way we kick off Monday. Just like that, another weekend in the books. So welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Relatively quiet night outside the secret bunker. Things have warmed up a bit. Our first snowfall of the season long gone. Not a bad couple of days on the horizon to start Thanksgiving week. Yes, busy week is upon us. I anticipate the roads will be relatively quiet for your Monday. According to AAA, the holiday travelers really begin to ramp up in earnest on Tuesday, especially those who have the longer trips across the country. Over the hills and through the woods, looking to reach their destinations by Thanksgiving Day, Thursday. And yeah, for most, a short work week, not for all. There's always freight that has to move, even on the holidays. But Mother Nature is going to be throwing a bit of a monkey wrench into some of the travel plans for millions. 80 million travelers anticipated over the Thanksgiving week. Let's start right there. Here's the very latest from our friends at AccuWeather. A new storm with the potential for some accumulating snow is set to take shape across the eastern half of the country, right on time for Thanksgiving and Black Friday. Could result in some widespread disruptions for travel and holiday festivities. Just as the case was Friday, there are two scenarios that'll be in play as the week progresses, one of which could produce accumulating snow across portions of the Ohio Valley in the Northeast. Scenario number one would involve a slow-moving storm, meaning potentially longer-lasting impacts from the Tennessee and Ohio valleys through the Northeast. Second scenario sends that same storm further south, over the southern tier, ultimately off the Carolina coast. That would be a less intense storm with primarily just rounds of rain or even a bit of snow that could spread from the Tennessee Valley eastward to the East Coast. Now, even if the cold air out of Canada is slow to make its way southward, as far as the Ohio Valley and the Mid-Atlantic region, any drenching rain accompanied by the blustery winds will impact the region still, will prove challenging for some of the Thanksgiving Day parades and those headed down the road to Grandma's house for dinner. A storm has the potential to snarl transit for those even traveling locally across portions of the Midwest and Northeast on Thanksgiving Day. Even those that are going to be out chasing Black Friday deals could contend with some travel challenges. Either way, we'll know more with each passing day, depending on how the storm takes shape. Winds spanning from the Tennessee Valley to the Virginia coastal areas, gusting upwards of 20 miles per hour. Now, that's not anything of strong magnitude, but on an average day, could have some impacts on, say, the New York City or the Philadelphia parades, where they host major parades with the big balloons. They've got the wind criteria. Anything exceeding sustained winds of 23 miles per hour or gusts to 34 would result in probably the balloons not being given the green light to fly. Now, the snow threat across the interior Northeast does remain a possibility later this week if the storm's core tracks far enough northward into that corridor of chilly air, a dip in the jet stream. The winds that blow at the upper levels of the atmosphere will be nudging southward later this week. The possibility may still remain for some to actually wake up to a white Thanksgiving or maybe see some snowflakes in areas that typically don't see snow for the late November holiday. Even locations around the Great Lakes may get flakes by next weekend. Now, looking toward Black Friday, depending on which storm scenario comes to fruition, the pattern through the rest of the extended weekend may vary dramatically. A fast tracking system would open the door for drier weather by the weekend. A slower moving storm could linger several days across the northeast coast and continue to produce negative impacts. Of course, there's many places that have already kicked off Black Friday online sales. For those that are actually planning to travel to the brick and mortar stores, Black Friday itself may want to monitor the upcoming weather pattern, check back often for the latest updates. Likewise, those traveling out of the east back toward their homes following the holiday may need to monitor for flight delays or cancellations during the upcoming weekend. Thanksgiving week is upon us. Meanwhile, much of the Great Lakes has been kind of entrenched in moderate to severe drought for the last several weeks, even months. Most locations have had some beneficial precipitation this month, but they definitely need more, and apparently it's on the way. After the cold at the end of last week, we saw the milder air moving in again over the past weekend. Highs generally are in the middle to upper 40s across the Great Lakes. Now, we did have highs only in the 30s over northern Wisconsin and the UP of Michigan. That might sound chilly, but it's now late November, and that's pretty much near historical average. Here we are Monday, an area of low pressure is expected to move northeast toward Michigan. As it does, that warm air is going to surge into much of the lower peninsula of Michigan. We're going to warm to the low 40s and lower 50s. Any precipitation will fall in the form of rain in the Detroit area. Temperatures across much of the Midwest are going to be feeling more like the start of November rather than the last week. Most of the rainfall totals are expected to be under an inch, but it's going to be kind of damp and dreary for those that are headed out early for Thanksgiving travel. So colder air begins to pour southward to the northwest of that low track. That'll cause the rain to mix with some snow from central Wisconsin to the eastern upper peninsula of Michigan. Even further to the northwest, snow is expected in northern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, and the remainder of the UP. In the wake of the rain, another push of cold air is expected with highs in the 30s and 40s, about 5 or 10 degrees below average for this time of year. Moisture is going to be kind of limited with this storm. Snowfall accumulations would generally be 1 to 2 inches. Some areas in the UP may have a little bit more with some extra moisture from Lake Superior. As the storm travels on into Ontario and Quebec on Tuesday and strengthens more rapidly, winds will be on the increase, with the winds picking up in places like Chicago Tuesday. It's going to be kind of blustery, beginning to feel more like mid-December. With the wind from the northwesterly direction, colder air will arrive in all but the eastern Great Lakes and even as far south as the Ohio and Tennessee valleys. Now, the wind flow over the ice-free lakes will promote lake-effect snow showers across northern Wisconsin, throughout the UP of Michigan once again, and northwestern portions of lower Michigan. The storm may move a bit further away on Wednesday, east of the Hudson Bay. So that being said, the wind flow around the storm is still going to promote lake-effect snow in similar areas on Tuesday. Colder air continuing to advance eastward. The eastern Great Lakes will then be susceptible to some snow, say by Wednesday, when a lot of folks are going to be traveling for sure. That could bring lake-effect snows to Syracuse, New York, and Erie, PA. Anyone traveling Wednesday is going to want to check to be sure with your weather app before hitting the roads or heading toward the airport. With some of the coldest air of the season poised to arrive right there for Thanksgiving, lake-effect snow will continue. That cold air is going to allow some ice to begin forming on the Great Lakes. So there you go. Cold air late this week. Yeah, old man winter is definitely going to make his presence known. Well, hello to Philly Dan as we kick off a Monday. It is that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Man, I don't like late night football games. 8:20 p.m., what a snoozer. Let's go Eagles. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Thanksgiving to all. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, the greatest day of the week. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hotshot Secret hidden bunker. As Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, the stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane. Overnight drive is hammered down 44 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Word has it President-elect Donald J. Trump has been in Mar-a-Lago trying to broker a peace deal between NATO, Putin, and Monica Lewinsky, so the temperature on the face of the planet doesn't reach 28,259,254 degrees, which is the temperature of the nuclear reactions occurring on the face of our sun. Don't get them hot dogs out to nuclear roast just yet. There's still hope that normal functioning neurons will prevail. Until then, saddle up to whomever, whatever, enjoy the cool weather, crank up the volume. It's time to get this Thanksgiving week started. And you can help Steve out by dialing 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. Or you could be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Yes, indeed. Underway.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so much for a restful, relaxing weekend. Thanksgiving week coming on, and that means there's company coming over. So what's that mean? Yeah, I know. All the men know. The women go crazy and we gotta clean. Gotta steam clean the carpets. Everything has to be pristine. So when the company comes over, they think we live in a castle. I digress. Yeah, but that was my Friday, cleaning the carpets day. Yeah, we did finally get all of our Thanksgiving shopping done. Got everything but the ham. The ham selection at our grocery, well, it was pretty late in the afternoon. And the selection, at least for that day, was pretty abysmal. They weren't looking too fresh. So we'll head out one day this week and we'll get a ham. Otherwise, everything is taken care of. Now we just get to cook it all. You spend hours and hours in the kitchen. Everybody's starving to death. You sit down 30 minutes later, it's over. Everybody's stuffed and everybody's tired and nobody wants to do the dishes. It's the thrills of Thanksgiving. Looking forward to it. Hello, Captain Ron. Yeah, let me see here. Come on, there he is. Morning.
Yep. Good morning. It's the greatest day of the week. Once again. But the inquiring minds really want to know if you got them Christmas lights up around the home there.
Nope. That's a negatory.
No.
Nope.
I figured you didn't. But so I see that the show survived without me and Gilligan Friday morning, but nobody there to remind anybody. Was there?
Yes, I think eventually Horsefeather stepped in to remind us, but yeah, that was a whole lot later in the program.
Well, that's pretty awesome. So I had my colonoscopy Friday morning.
Yeah.
Thursday night, the prep, you know how wonderful that is. I don't know if have you had a colonoscopy before?
Yes.
You should have.
Yes.
60, yeah.
It ain't no fun.
I didn't think it was that bad. I started at 5. They had me take these 2 little laxative tablets at 5. And then at 6, you mixed up this solution in a bottle of Gatorade, half of the bottle of the solution, and you drink 8 ounces of that every 15 minutes until it's gone, which is a little over 3 glasses of it. And then 4:30 Friday morning, I had to get up and do the second half of that solution in another bottle of Gatorade. But to me, it's not that bad. I mean, those bouts of diarrhea that I had that put me in the hospital was way worse than the colonoscopy prep was.
Wow.
They found three polyps. They removed 2 of them, but one of them was too large for them to remove, which has me a little bit concerned. So I guess I got to have that looked into at the University of Southern Florida, I guess.
Okay.
That's what they said. My follow-up is the 13th of December, so I'll know for sure then. I don't know if they're looking at it as possible cancer or not, but I guess it was too large for them to do at that facility that I was at. So I guess it's a little bit more involved than what they remove on a normal basis.
So were they able to take like a little sample of it, like a biopsy, so they could check it, or?
I think they did. I don't think they're concerned that it's cancer. I don't know. I mean, this is my, I don't know, second or third one that I've had. You know, and this one was just a 10-year follow-up, so there wasn't any problems with the last one, but now this one has a large polyp that was bigger than they wanted to try to remove. I don't know if it was 2 millimeters or centimeters or inches, or it might have even been 2 feet. I don't whatever they use for measurement. Yeah, and they even said I had hemorrhoids.
Right?
I mean, who doesn't at 64 years old?
Right.
You know?
Yep.
Tell me something I don't know. But yeah, anyway, I appreciate the prayers from Miss Millie. Had some friends praying, and of course, Brother Rambler, I'm sure he was praying, and everybody else was praying for me. I guess we'll find out. Well, my Wolverines won.
Yeah, that was they didn't have any trouble at all, did they? They racked up the score.
No, and that kind of game is what I call the powder puff games. I mean, Northwestern has, they haven't been doing much lately, and kind of next weekend when we play Ohio State, we may be the powder puff team, because I don't know if Michigan's got the strength to beat Ohio State.
Well, Indiana sure got the message, didn't they? They finally ran into a tough team, and we see how that went. But
from Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. President-elect Trump has named all of his top cabinet picks for his upcoming administration. Scott Carr reports from Washington.
Trump named several people to head various departments Friday and Saturday, including the closely watched nomination of hedge fund billionaire Scott Bessent to serve as Treasury Secretary. Jeanette Nesheiwat is the second Fox News contributor to be named to his cabinet, Nesheiwat to be the Surgeon General. One of the authors of the so-called Project 2025, Russell Vought's been tapped by Trump to lead the Office of Management and Budget, and he's chosen Dr. Marty Makary, a controversial Johns Hopkins surgeon, to lead the FDA, and a former NFL player, Scott Turner, to run the Department of Housing and Urban Development. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth is open to confirming President-elect Trump's cabinet picks, but wants them to go before the Senate for confirmation. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Duckworth said she's willing to confirm some of Trump's nominees, but that senators need the chance to evaluate their qualifications.
I think that's all we senators are saying is, let us do our job. Send these people to us. We will ask the questions.
The Illinois Democrat praised Trump's pick for Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying he's a good friend and colleague who's definitely qualified for the job. However, she had harsher words for Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth, who she criticized over his comments, saying women shouldn't serve in the military in combat roles. Duckworth, an Army veteran who lost both of her legs in Iraq, said women who serve in the military are vital to its operation, and argued if Hegseth doesn't understand that, then he isn't qualified for the position. Hezbollah has fired around 250 missiles towards Israel after an Israeli strike in central Beirut on Saturday, which killed at least 20 people. The US is attempting to broker a peace deal between Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, who has been fighting in solidarity with Hamas in Gaza. Meanwhile, Senator Chris Van Hollen is urging President Biden to use US leverage to improve the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. The Maryland Democrat told CBS's Face the Nation that the Biden administration should withhold American support for Israel until the country allows more humanitarian aid into Gaza and stops using US weapons in violation of international law.
We've seen this pattern where President Biden makes demands of Prime Minister Netanyahu only to be ignored or slapped down entirely. And then President Biden sends more bombs and more money.
This comes after the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last week. President Biden has called the move outrageous. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSM.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, and we'll get some of our other listening friends checking in here on a Monday, the greatest day of the week. All right, we were chatting with Cap and Ron there. I guess a solid win for Michigan, but Indiana, I mean, there were a lot of folks, a lot of our listeners thinking Indiana was going to take those Buckeyes down.
Well, that's what I thought. I mean, they were undefeated, and they looked horrible. I'm kind of leaning towards Ohio taking it all, kind of like what Big Ed's been saying.
Right. Well, how about what happened to Ole Miss? Those Florida Gators. Dingbat's got to be happy taking down Ole Miss.
I was thinking about that too. She's probably jumping for joy.
Yeah.
I mean, on any given Sunday, like Knucklebuster said, these teams, they could play again, and Indiana might beat Ohio the next day. I mean, you know what I mean? It just, I don't know. Any given Sunday, a team could lose, but that was about all I had. I guess maybe we'll get Big Ed in see how he did.
Yeah, the prognosticator of prognosticators. It was kind of a 50-50 weekend. Out of his pick six, he got three correct and had three misses. Now, we had the bonus pick. That was the Oklahoma versus Alabama. I mean, how Alabama goes down. That's their third loss. They're toast.
They went down, too. Yep. But anyway, I appreciate you taking my call, and I don't really have anything else right now.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Safe travels out there, and hopefully everything goes well with the final results. Yeah, the colonoscopy thing. Hello, Russell. Good morning, Steve. Hope all's going well at the secret bunker. 44 degrees, clear. It's back to the old grind. You drivers out there, be careful, safe, keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations. We appreciate what you do for our country, keeping it rolling. Hammer down. It's not the greatest day of the week. Update on the better half. She's feeling a little bit better, but she's got a long way to go. I'm asking y'all to please keep her in your prayers. Thank you in advance, and everybody have a good night out there. All right, Larry, afternoon, hammer down. Be safe, 45 degrees in Greenwich, Connecticut tonight. We're headed to Hartford, Connecticut to start the week here. Hello to Bob from Michigan. There's Roy in Northwest Illinois. Hello, cloudy, 48 degrees in Northwest Illinois. Double R. Good morning, Steve. Sitting at the terminal in Chandler, Arizona tonight. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Be safe out there tonight. Thank you very much for the update. Hello to Jay. Good morning, Your Honor. Sitting here in Dry Ridge, Kentucky, munching a bunch, and then I'll be about ready to roll by your 10:20. Your home 20 there. Be rolling by. Yeah, we'll tip the hat and ring the cowbell for you there, Jamani. Buckeye boy, what's happening? Ackworth, Georgia, 43 degrees. Had a beautiful day here today as we are getting close to Turkey Day. Wildcat made some great hamburger soup. We're going to take Tuesday. How about those Buckeyes? Gouger picked the wrong team, as did Desmond Howard, who's a Buckeye hater. But 1 second after that game ended, they started to beat that team up north. Beat that team up north week. We're going to travel about 60 miles to Mom's. I got a bunch of errands to run Monday, and then we'll get to the driving range. Maybe hit a few balls. It's supposed to be about 73 degrees here. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to the Michigan Madman. It was fun watching Kevin Harvick's son, Keelan Harvick, at 12 years old, making his first ever limited late model start at Florence Motor Speedway. It's going to be fun to watch him progress in his very young career. And also our Portage, Michigan, Carson Hekovar won the NASCAR Rookie of the Year. All right. Larry, good morning from the Wyoming-Utah state line, I-80. It's a balmy 5 degrees with clear skies. Brr. Heading to Southern California for a Monday morning delivery. It's going to be a nasty week out here in the West. So hope everybody stays safe. We'll get to our weather out west coming up here. A big storm in the eastern portions of the country right in time for Thanksgiving. Your train of storms, the storm-weary folks out west, you don't get a break. The hits just keep on coming. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 35 degrees, windy here in Valley, Nebraska. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck headed like a freight train pointed south for the land of enchantment. And yes, as you guessed, at a very high rate of speed. Live action continues. It's an epic night for trucking. A special one-night-only shout-out to the Buckeye Boy from Douglas County, Nebraska tonight. Well, there you go. Eskimo Mom, howdy Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Monday, Friday, whatever day it is. I'm working tonight as an extra driver since our freight is super heavy all this week. Yeah, Thanksgiving week. I figured that'd be the case. All those last-minute shoppers, right? We need a load of fresh hams at our local Kroger there. Got the regular run since it wasn't covered. Hopefully, it starts to maybe make up for the days I took off for the crud last week. 4 days till Thanksgiving. 30 days till Christmas. It is the 25th of November, isn't it? Wow. 116 days till spring. Some clouds, breezy. 47 degrees by Florence, Kentucky tonight. Everybody be safe out there. Kind of unusual for Eskimo Mom to be out there with us on a Monday morning. The one thing we've all noticed as you're doing your holiday shopping, it's costing a bit more to make those cakes and cookies and all those things that use eggs. A lot of folks getting sticker shock. They say some stores around the country are actually running short on eggs, especially those operating in states that require eggs from cage-free hens, as cases of the highly pathogenic avian flu flare and the virus spreads from wild birds to the commercial flocks. More than 40% of the nation's roughly 300 million egg-laying hens are raised in cage-free facilities. But roughly 60% of bird flu cases recently detected involved cage-free farms. After 2 months of no outbreaks, we've recently had them in Utah, Oregon, California, and Washington. And 3 of those states are exclusively cage-free, according to the executive president of the American Egg Board. Where we're hearing reports of shortages, it's at stores like Whole Foods or a Trader Joe's. After a brief respite from bird flu among the commercial egg producers, it struck again starting in mid-October, resulting in the loss of 2.8 million birds. Nationwide egg production fell 2.6% last month from a year ago and is projected to be down 1% this year versus 2023. We've been dealing with these outbreaks since January of 2022. Nearly 110 million chickens, turkeys, and other birds, including wild, commercial, and backyard flocks in 49 states, according to the Centers for Disease Control. All right, the return of the bird flu, wiping out poultry populations at commercial facilities in multiple states, most recently striking more than 1 million egg-laying hens in California's Kern County, where the bird flu has been confirmed in 2.2 million egg-laying hens the prior week. More than 790,000 egg layers also culled last week at a commercial operation in Arizona's Pinal County. Now, how do these shortages last? The tighter egg supplies mean we are experiencing hyper-localized shortages that are very temporary and intermittent, that are corrected sometimes even within a day's time. There are local areas where supplies may not be quite as strong, so you might see pockets where shelves get picked over. After the bird flu-related shortages drove egg prices up in the spring, the virus is having the same impact this winter. Experts forecast egg prices could stay elevated for the rest of the year and right on into 2025. As with the cost of other commodities, egg prices fluctuate with supply and demand, the latter of which has remained fairly stable over the year. Now, as far as the cost, the Egg Board said Americans' appetite for the protein has grown as of late, rising steadily for 20 consecutive quarters. We see egg prices kind of ride the wave as bird flu comes and goes. And the bird flu infections are by far the largest factor impacting egg prices. They say the national average for a dozen is $3.37, up 30% from a year ago, but lower than what we saw in January of 23 when a dozen eggs nationally hit $4.82 a dozen, nearly $5 a dozen. Now, some regions are seeing even higher prices. In California, white cage-free eggs are selling for about $5.26 a dozen last week, up nearly 90% during the same time last year. All right. Shortages typically come and go very quickly. Eggs keep in the fridge really well. If you don't need them, go get them. There's a hen for almost every person in the USA. If they're not in the supermarket today, just check back tomorrow, all right? It is 844-844-3388. We'll get to the prognosticator of prognosticators just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All right, trust you had a good weekend. All gearing up for a big travel week. Where you'll need to pack your patience. Well, good morning, Big Ed. Are you with me?
I'm with you. Before we get started, did you see where our good friend Josh Malloy song that you opened with played on that Landman on Paramount? I sent you a couple of links.
It played on where?
Landman, that new series that's out with...
Really?
Yeah, I sent you a couple of links. Where his aunt had filmed it, but it come out that on episode 3 of Landman. It's got Billy Bob Thornton in it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Good series going on. Yeah. I sent it to you on Messenger.
Okay.
And then I put it on my Facebook page.
So that's the one where I guess
figured you'd talk about it.
So that's where I didn't get a chance to see it yet. I pulled up the song earlier because I still use your Messenger every night to pull that damn song up. So that's the one where you got the picture of Denise and it says "whoop whoop." Is that the one?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm sitting there thinking, well, gosh, Steve.
I didn't see it.
You're in good company, buddy.
How about that?
You're the one that started that song, as far as I'm concerned. I may be biased in it, but nobody heard it until you started playing it, and then all of a sudden it's on one of the latest hits. Like that series Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Now it's a series called Landman. Old Thornton. Some of the reels I've seen. I just love Billy Bob Thornton, and I'm just about tempted to sign up for Paramount just so I can watch it. But I'm like you when it comes to breaking loose of that money. I don't want to pay any more than I have to. But I thought that was a big, that's a big feather in his hat.
Oh yeah.
And I should see Josh this weekend. I know he's getting ready to finish up with his touring for the year.
I mean, he was in relative pride. No, he was in Michigan Friday night, then he was in Indianapolis Saturday night. I think that was the second closest stop to me during the tour there.
I'm I'm thinking I'm assuming he'll be done for the year, and then he kicks back out in February, and and that kid sent me, and I'll send it to you later. Another where he contributed to music to another movie, but I didn't know that till I was talking to his aunt, and she was telling me about it, and so maybe next year we'll see him on the CMA Awards.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah.
I just think his rocket's getting ready to take off, and we can say we was at the beginning of that. So I'm sure definitely happy for Josh. That's for darn sure. And I'm hopefully I can twist his arm and say, hey, if you ain't turned for the next 2 months, pick up a damn telephone and let's call in.
Give Steve a call, yeah.
Visit with some of the yeah. So maybe we can get that taken care of. But you talk to him, you know what kind of good guy he is. So definitely a down to earth, good Christian young man.
Yep.
So I love him. I know that. Look, before we get started, I don't know what's got me more aggravated. I'm not so happy with my wins as I'm aggravated about the losses, and I'm really aggravated that I have to listen to Monkey Gouger on Facebook saying, "Oh, I'm the new guru of football."
Oh.
Monkey Gouger, where have you been all year? You know how he is. Where you been all year? Okay, let's get Monkey Gouger. He went with Indiana over Ohio State. Guess what? He lost. We both went with Army over Notre Dame. We both lost. And the one that really grinds my gears is he got that OU win over Alabama. Now, that just makes us 1-1. One win, one loss. That don't make him the guru of football.
Right.
So when he calls in there and starts that, put him in his place. Because right now I'm at 49-20, Steve, after this latest weekend.
Okay.
And the losses. Let's talk about the losses. And to back up what I'm saying, you got Clemson and South Carolina this week. All right? That's going to be a slobber knocker of a game. You heard Monkey Gouger talking about it, how he feels about the Gamecocks. Now, the thing with Monkey Gouger is, and rightfully so, he's got blind loyalty. He's loyal to his Clemson Tigers. And his second best team that he's always been loyal to, and that's the University of Oklahoma, because Monkey Gouger, I think up until he was 9 years old, lived here in Oklahoma, and he's got family in Oklahoma. So that's his second loyalty. And the one thing that he hates, one team that he religiously, actually there's two teams he religiously hates, and that's Ohio State and Alabama. He hates Alabama. That's the difference between me and Monkey Gouger and a lot of football fans. Is I love my Sooners. Hey, don't get me wrong, but I don't have that blind loyalty.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, pull up Clemson's schedule for the year, who they played, who they beat. Pull up South Carolina's schedule for the year, who they played and who they beat. And you will clearly see the strength of South Carolina's schedule over Clemson's schedule. It just jumps out at you. Now, but they're playing there in wherever Clemson's home stadium is. All right? That's where the game's going to be held. So I give Clemson 7 points. But I haven't made my picks yet because I want to make sure.
Okay.
We got a short time to do it in. There's no catastrophic injuries that's going on out there. But if I was to pick tonight, based on that criteria of the strength of schedule, I would pick South Carolina. Just by looking at that. It's just like when I picked Texas A&M. When you looked at their strength of schedule against Auburn, there's no way they should have lost that darn game. But you don't know who's going to show up.
Right.
That's what makes it so damn tough.
Yep.
Okay, look at Colorado and Kansas. Colorado was in the driving seat. Now, Lauren Wees, I know he's down on Colorado and he's down on Coach Prime, but he had his guys firing on all cylinders, but for some reason the defense did not show up to the game. Then you're sitting there thinking, why? Do you guys, it's like Coach Prime said, these guys were believing their headlines.
Mm-hmm.
They start listening.
Well, you hold the thought there, Ed. Let me take care of the news break. We close out hour number 1.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Donald Trump's cabinet picks have received a mixed reception from lawmakers from both political parties. Controversial nominees include Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for the Department of Health and Fox TV host Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary. Our Washington correspondent Jagrati Dave has more.
Many of Donald Trump's cabinet nominees are likely to face few roadblocks to their confirmation, given the Republicans control the Senate. The likes of Marco Rubio, Trump's pick for Secretary of State, could be one of them. He's been praised by Democratic Senators Tammy Duckworth and John Fetterman as being qualified for the role. But others may not get an easy ride. Republican James Lankford told CNN the Senate will have lots of questions for Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump's nominee for Director of National Intelligence. And Tammy Duckworth, who lost both her legs while serving in Iraq, criticized Trump's defense secretary pick, Pete Hegseth, for his comments that women shouldn't serve in combat roles. Donald Trump has already had to find a replacement for Attorney General after his first choice, former Congressman Matt Gaetz, withdrew in the wake of allegations of sexual misconduct.
Russia says the US is using Taiwan to provoke a serious crisis in Asia. Beijing sees Taiwan as part of China, and President Xi Jinping has vowed to retake it by force if necessary. Laura Westbrook has more.
In September, President Joe Biden approved a $567 million arms sale package. And following that, we heard a statement from Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. He said that Russia is supportive of China in Asia and it opposes any attempt to inflame the situation in Taiwan. But crucially, he also said that Russia approves of Beijing's approach to Ukraine. And I think this is really key here. China and Russia have grown closer, both diplomatically, but Russia also very much depends on China economically since its invasion in Ukraine.
The US military is planning to spread missile bases throughout western Japan in the event of a, quote, Taiwan contingency. It's part of the US and Japan's plan to deal with a conflict situation in the region. Chris Gilbert is in Tokyo.
The US military already has a heavy presence in Japan's Okinawa region. The island chain makes up 1% of Japan's landmass but hosts 70% of US military facilities. Now, the Pentagon says Western Japan and the Philippines should expect yet more bases and more US missiles in the event of any, quote, contingency involving Taiwan and China. According to Kyodo News, the deployment of missile units will be part of a response plan by the US and Japan, which will establish temporary bases stretching from Japan's main western island of Kyushu to Taiwan. But America has not yet clarified on how temporary these bases will be and what constitutes a contingency.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the outcome of COP29, the climate change summit that has finished in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan. It ended with a $1.3 trillion agreement to provide funds for developing world nations to move towards a low-carbon economy. But only $300 billion of that money will come in the form of grants and interest-free loans. The rest of the cash will rely on private investors and new levies on fossil fuel use that have not yet been agreed. Riley Ware is with Christian Aid's delegation attending the event in Baku.
We're disappointed ultimately because this was billed as the finance COP that would actually meet the needs of developing countries, both to tackle the impacts of climate change, the droughts, the floods, the storms, but also help them decarbonise their economies over the next few years. And despite this being kind of the moment where we were supposed to really mobilise the right amount of money to do that, the number is too low and it's too vague. It will come from largely loans that will just add to the debt burden of many of these poorer countries.
There were protests in the final hours of COP29 and allegations that Saudi Arabia was playing a behind-the-scenes role to alter the final text of the summit without full consultation. The event ended in a general atmosphere of recrimination and claims that it had been a missed opportunity. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Australia is downplaying privacy fears as the country works to implement a first-of-its-kind ban on social media for those under 16 years of age. As Taiwan detects a Chinese balloon for the first time in 6 months, Russia claims the US is using Taipei to provoke a serious crisis in Asia. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punia reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
What do you say we kick off round number 2? All right, the greatest day of the week. It is a Monday. Well, we're working our way into a Monday, time zone to time zone. Yes, the 25th day of November. Thanksgiving week is upon us. All right, back to Big Ed. Thanks for hanging in there. Now, next weekend, what is that? Is that called like conference championship weekend, or what is that?
No. It's the last weekend of football. We're still dealing with this these grudge games.
Okay.
Now, just hang with me because I'm going to be bouncing. Let me get back to this week, and I'll get into next week.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I even had the nerve to feel sorry for Ole Miss. I was watching that game. And, I've been hard on Ole Miss this year. And I was going to make them one of my picks. But when I looked at it on paper, I thought, hey, they're going to go down there and win that. I've always been about trying to pick the toughest games that had meat on the bone. I don't want nobody saying, oh, well, anybody can get in there and pick a team to win. Yeah, you're right. You can. But I'm about picking one that is no guarantee, even what I'm picking, that they're going to win. But after what Horse Feathers, after he raped me last year, and you sat there and allowed it to happen. And see, I've been traumatized over it. I probably need to go to a football psychologist because of what you and Horse Feathers did to me last year. But I'm proving and I'm joking, but I'm proving my point. Okay, but I did. I felt sorry for Ole Miss because I was watching the game, and that poor old Dart, the quarterback, 3 times he had a chance to pull them out, but he threw interceptions. And when I was watching OU Alabama, and when Alabama got that one touchdown called back because of supposedly an illegal push, which I thought was a raw call, it was like the players, when they'd shown their faces, it was like, hey, they give up. They literally quit out there on the field. And that's when the coach lost his players. And because it was OU's defense that won that game last night, not that OU was a better team. And then to have the fans storm the field, I never dreamed today that the Oklahoma fans, the blue blood team, would storm the fields after a win. But they've been so hungry for a meaningful victory. And no shame against Alabama. Alabama, you're a measuring stick. Same thing with Texas A&M. The Auburn fans stormed the field. Texas A&M, you were a measuring stick. It was a tip of the hat when you think about it, that you are so good that we know that we lucked out winning the game. Same thing with Alabama. A true football fanatic like myself knows that Oklahoma was lucky winning that game with the product they put out on the field this year. And then you look at Colorado and Kansas, and so when you're weighing these games, like I say, go look at the South Carolina Clemson strength of schedule, and you're going to see what I'm talking about. So, am I mad because three of the teams, other than that Alabama OU game, lost? Yeah, I was aggravated. They shouldn't have lost. But Texas took Kentucky, Arizona State, they took BYU. That was considered an upset. And then Ohio State did their job. Now, with that said, out of respect for Indiana, I wouldn't count them out as far as being able to get into the playoffs because there's so much damage that's been done. And if any good thing from the NIL is it's brought parity to these football teams, and it's going to bring parity to these different conferences. And you ain't going to have an Alabama, you ain't going to have a Georgia winning it every year like they have for the last 10 years. Everybody wants to see parity. So that's the one good thing about the NIL. You get these multi-talented players going to these different teams, and it brings that parity factor up. So this year's been exciting as far as I'm concerned about college football. Don't beat your team up. But, the only ones that's going to beat them up is the ones that are like monkey gougers that are blind law, you know. So, but when he calls in there and starts trying to tell you he's the guru of football, now I will say this: the monkey gouger next year, you want to take on the prognosticators, hey, I'm open. Just remember, though, if you step into this arena, my arena, you got to call in every week. You can't lay off. You got to ride the whole season out. You can't miss a day because you want to go duck hunt. Okay, I'm through bashing monkey guy. He was bashing me, Steve. I'm going to trash you on the radio, pal. So anyway, next week, because I've already got the teams laid out, the games laid out, and I'll tell you that, I just don't know who I'm going to pick yet. That's Texas A&M. See, I'm looking at that. If A&M would have won that game over Auburn, guarantee you I'd have been picking them this week because they're playing at A&M Stadium. Okay? And I've seen Texas go in there favored, and A&M just whacks them up and down the field. Now, the only thing Texas A&M's got to play for is going to a decent bowl game. Because right now they're out of the hunt. They've had some of the fire knocked out of them. So who am I going to pick? I still ain't decided yet. Then naturally, I've got the Clemson, South Carolina on my paper. I got LSU and Oklahoma. And I will tell you this, I think LSU's going to curb stomp Oklahoma. I can tell you right now, I'm picking LSU over Oklahoma. Not that I hate Oklahoma. I just know that it's a fluke, and they're not going to go into Tiger Stadium and slap them Cajun boys around. Them boys are playing for pride. So you just go ahead and put down, I'm picking LSU over Oklahoma. Now, I won't give you the rest of my picks.
Mm-hmm.
Notre Dame, USC. Army. They still might be in it. I don't know. It's real confusing as how this is all going to play out. Even though they got beat by Notre Dame, Army still may be in it. But I'm got the USC Notre Dame game down. I've got the Tennessee Vandy game down. And then I've got the Alabama Auburn game down. And I'm not so sure Nick Saban didn't jinx A&M because he said it pretty clearly going into Auburn is like it's a haunted place. How many crazy Auburn, Alabama games did you see there at Auburn? Now, luckily this week it's at Alabama's place. So anyway, but yet I don't know who I'm going to pick other than LSU, Oklahoma, and I'm going with LSU.
Okay.
So, but now based on this, after this week, see, some of these are still grudge games. You got Texas A&M, Clemson, South Carolina, Notre Dame, USC, Alabama, Auburn. Even now, Alabama, based on the strength of the schedule, and it's going to make the football world upset. They still might get in there. But then you got Tennessee and you got all these other teams. So it's going to have to come down. I guess I'm assuming they're going to use the computer strength of schedule when this all falls out. I'm just assuming that's how they're going to do it. Because based on what I see after this week, then you got 4 conference championship games based on what I'm seeing. They may be more. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. And that's why I say December the 12th, you won't know who's going to be in it because if Army still got its outside chance, and Indiana might still have an outside chance until that Army-Navy game's over before we get the final playoff picture. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
So, with that said, I will call you, Tuesday night?
Yes,
Wednesday morning,
Tuesday night,
correct?
Wednesday morning. Yep, that'll be our final program.
And guys, there's some good football on next week, so make sure you tune in and listen because, like I say, don't let these records deceive you because you got Iowa State and Arizona State. Looks like now they're in the driver's seat at the Big 12. Now, at one point, I was thinking, okay, Big 12 is going to get 2 teams in this playoff. Now it's probably just going to be 1, which might open the door for an Indiana. But then you've got Ohio State, and I'm assuming Oregon's going to play for the Big Ten championship. So, man, there's a lot of good football left. Next 3 weeks, we'll know.
There you go.
Steve, with that said, buddy, but don't let Monkey Gouger call in here and crow about his 1 win.
Uh-huh.
Thanks, sir. And
All
prognosticators. If you want to listen to football, listen to me. Thank you.
All right, over and out, Big Ed. Are you with me? All right, it's 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, on the greatest day of the week. I just came across the official obituary for Hollywood, who passed away, I guess it was like a week ago this past day. And so for those who are curious, they're not having a service. The info is there if you'd like to make a donation in his remembrance or send flowers to the family. But David Ross Rickey, see, like so many in the entertainment world, his birth name, David Ross Rickey, I guess for radio went by Rick Ward. Of course, in the trucking industry, we all knew him as Hollywood. David Ross Rickey, 78 years old, Little Rock, passed peacefully November 17 at his home surrounded by his wife and devoted caregivers. Born in Asbury Park, New Jersey, to Norman and Lillian Rickey. Held many titles in his professional career. Started in radio 1961, where he ran the control board for disc jockey Alan Freed at radio station KDAY in Los Angeles, California. In the early 70s, he and Wolfman Jack ran the Border Blasters, where they were able to broadcast to more than half of the United States and Mexico. His greatest claim to fame was being the original voice of Skeletor from the He-Man series. After his time in radio and voice acting, David bought a semi-truck and enjoyed traveling the United States. David accepted our Lord and Savior later in life and was of the Baptist faith. In 2004, he married the love of his life, Judy Scott Rickey. They enjoyed 20 years of marriage before his passing, survived by his wife, Judy, daughter, Ashley, and son, David, and several grandchildren. In lieu of flowers, memorials may be made to the First Baptist Church, 62 Pleasant Valley Drive, Little Rock, Arkansas. All right, so again, I shared that official obituary, which I guess was posted sometime over the weekend, because that's the first I had come across it. About 22 past the hour on a Monday. And Knucklebuster, what's happening? You all ready for Turkey Day?
Oh, yeah, absolutely there, Mr. Steve Summers. Morning to you. I heard you mention Wolfman Jack here. That's a midnight special China Slide on. Well, enough of all that. I ain't going to sing that song anyway. I think there's a bunch of people that don't want me singing it anyway, right?
I've heard that a time or two.
I know that's right. Well, this is Big Ed's first year in the SEC, and I want to welcome him to him. But you ready for some conspiracy theory there, Steve?
Okay.
All right. Ole Miss lost. Alabama lost. They wasn't going to be in the playoff picture. So how many teams in the SEC have we got with 6 wins that'll be in the postseason? Just about damn near every one of them now. How many teams y'all got in y'all? Ohio State, Indiana, or just a couple? I don't know how many bowl games there's going to be plus a playoff picture there, so I don't know. But if you look, the losses gave the teams that they played against 6 wins. And 6 wins, you can get into the playoff, not the playoff picture, but the postseason anyway. Used to be you was going to a bowl game there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, that's all of my baloney on that part of it there. So I don't know. I'll just welcome you to the SEC. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that we don't really know about there, right?
Okay.
Well, I get my list pulled up here right quick. I had a bunch of other stuff I wanted to mention to you. You want to buy this 1991 Chevy pickup with a log cabin in the back of it?
A log cabin in the back?
Yeah, it only cost you $7,500. You reckon you might be able to afford it? I don't think I'd want one either. It looked pretty neat, though. The guy that built it, it's a camper that he converted into a log truck there. And then this guy, he found out you can't add magnets on a Tesla Cyber truck there because it ruined that stainless steel, see?
Mm-hmm.
You probably talked about this trucker that got jail time for illegally dumping 5,324 gallons of diesel on the ground up there in Maryland.
I remember that story.
Yeah, that's a real dumbass. We know that wasn't horse feathers there, right?
No, it wasn't horse feathers.
You know that woman over there in Georgia, she got arrested for letting her kids walk a mile to the grocery store. We ain't learned nothing from Lake and Riley yet. You don't let your children or your women walk anywhere. So, did you know that Jesus died on the cross at 33 years of age?
I wasn't sure what his age was, but 33.
Yep, 33. Because, you know, you only have 33 vertebrae in your back. There's an oil that goes up and down your spine called Christios every 28 days. And when it hits a nerve called a vagus, it's kind of shaped like a cross. It's up there around the back of your shoulders and neck there. It dies for 2.5 to 3 days, see, approximately. It then resurrects itself into your body. Ain't that crazy?
That's kind of fascinating.
Yep. And then here's, I got something for you. You can look up there. What to know about the stadium-sized asteroid zooming Earth Thanksgiving week. I saw that on Fox Weather. So I don't know where it's at or what it's gonna, how close it's gonna get or any of that stuff. But maybe during the break, check that out for us. There. All right. You back later on this morning there, and we'll put some more bologna out there.
On the greatest day of the week. Well, thank you very much, Knucklebuster. On a Monday. Yeah, speaking of some DA of the Week nominees, I do have, actually from industry headlines, a couple of these got to be considered big-time DAs. We'll share that with you coming up here. What is the state of the industry? According to the update, the truckload market is fairly balanced as we near the end of the year. But it is changing, according to the latest released from the Freight Forecast Rate and Volume Outlook from ACT Research. Currently, with a significant capacity contraction by for-hire fleets and private fleet insourcing slowing, capacity is finally rebalanced enough for rates to start moving higher, according to ACT Research Vice President and Senior Analyst. More under trucking industry headlines, all coming your way after this.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. President-elect Trump has named all of his top cabinet picks for his upcoming administration, Scott Carr reports from Washington.
Trump named several people to head various departments Friday and Saturday, including the closely watched nomination of hedge fund billionaire Scott Bessent to serve as Treasury Secretary. Jeanette Nesheiwat is the second Fox News contributor to be named to his cabinet, Nesheiwat to be the Surgeon General. One of the authors of the so-called Project 2025, Russell Vought's been tapped by Trump to lead the Office of Management and Budget, and he's chosen Dr. Marty Makary, a controversial Johns Hopkins surgeon, to lead the FDA, and a former NFL player, Scott Turner, to run the Department of Housing and Urban Development. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth is open to confirming President-elect Trump's cabinet picks, but wants them to go before the Senate for confirmation. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, Duckworth said she's willing to confirm some of Trump's nominees, but that senators need the chance to evaluate their qualifications.
I think that's all we senators are saying is, let us do our job. Send these people to us. We will ask the questions.
The Illinois Democrat praised Trump's pick for Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying he's a good friend and colleague who's definitely qualified for the job. However, she had harsher words for Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth, who she criticized over his comments, saying women shouldn't serve in the military in combat roles. Duckworth, an Army veteran who lost both of her legs in Iraq, said women who serve in the military are vital to its operation and argued if Hegseth doesn't understand that, then he isn't qualified for the position. Hezbollah has fired around 250 missiles towards Israel after an Israeli strike in central Beirut on Saturday, which killed at least 20 people. The US is attempting to broker a peace deal between Israel and the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, who has been fighting in solidarity with Hamas in Gaza. Meanwhile, Senator Chris Van Hollen is urging President Biden to use U.S. leverage to improve the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. The Maryland Democrat told CBS's Face the Nation that the Biden administration should withhold American support for Israel until the country allows more humanitarian aid into Gaza and stops using U.S. weapons in violation of international law.
We've seen this pattern where President Biden makes demands of Prime Minister Netanyahu only to be ignored or slapped down entirely. And then President Biden sends more bombs and more money.
This comes after the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last week. President Biden has called the move outrageous. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you very much. Back at it here on a Monday. Get the new week started. Well, there is the lovely Dingbat on board. Nothing really going on right now, just holding down some of these FedEx Express workers because it's a nice but windy night here on the ramp at the Memphis International Airport. In the FedEx Express side of the airport. But yes, I'm glad my Gators won Saturday. I'm glad Brain Dead's Tennessee Vols won. He's snoozing right now, but I think he's got 2 stops tonight. He was half asleep when I left for work. Got to call him here shortly for a wake-up call because of the madness that the lovely warehouse gave him yesterday. That's a long story. I'll let him share that with you himself. Oh, joke of the night. How do you get a former Ohio State football player off your porch? You pay him for the pizza. Hope everybody's having a great night. Drive safe, much love, peace, love, and Thanksgiving food. All right, there's Kevin. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. And responding to Knucklebuster, Big Ed said, the thought crossed my mind. Knucklebuster. All right, taking a look out west here. The storm-weary west. Not catching a break from the rounds of travel-disrupting rain, wind, and snow. Another stretch of busy weather began to impact the region late in the weekend, continues here into early week, ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday. This time reaching as far south as Los Angeles. The ongoing pattern across the Northwest and Northern California has produced rounds of drenching rain, mountain snow, intense coastal winds over the past week. Earlier last week, power outages in Washington alone were at least 600,000 customers. The intense winds across the region from the bomb cyclone. As of Sunday afternoon, about 30,000 were still without power in the state of Washington. Further south into parts of northwest California, which was also impacted by coastal winds blowing upwards of 50 to 65 miles per hour Thursday night. Nearly 12,000 were without power. Yeah, the next storm, all right, it came in Sunday afternoon. The next in a series of storms began to impact the coast once again. Eventually will make its way inland and push snow across Nevada, Utah, parts of Colorado into the start of this week. Forecasters say there will be a notable difference with this week's round, apart from the location along the west coast being impacted, and unlike the storms that were bringing the flooding to Northern California the last several days, the atmospheric river, the stream of moisture into California, will not be as strong or as intense. Yeah, the areas of low pressure spinning coming in from the Pacific this week will be rather weak. They won't steer a steady stream of the remaining moisture into any one place. But snow levels around the Sierra Nevada projected to lower to around 4,500 to 5,500 feet. Yeah, prompting widespread snow across some of the well-traveled mountain passes in the region. Later Monday, the snow levels will rise slightly between 5,000 and 6,000 feet across the range. Right now, it looks like Monday night into Tuesday could be the best opportunity for rain in the Los Angeles area. While rain totals early this week as far south as Ventura and Los Angeles will not be notably high, any rain that reaches the LA International Airport will be welcome, as the last time they recorded any measurable precip was on November the 2nd. Further north across the state, rainfall totals a bit heftier comparison, still not on the order of what we saw last week. One system overnight tonight into Monday across Northern California may bring 1 to 2 inches of rain, which would slow some of the cleanup efforts. It'll keep the creeks, the streams, and the rivers running high there, but no rest for the weary. And storm-weary Northern California. Hey, good morning to Eagle, the greatest day of the week. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, okay, how you doing? Yeah, before I get started, I'm going to say some sports, and then I'm going to move to politics. Probably take me a while to do that. But, yeah, I wanted to ask you, Steve, well, what day you going to be working on Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, or what day is your last day before Thanksgiving?
I'll be here Tuesday morning and Wednesday morning. I will not be here Thursday and Friday morning.
Oh, I'm saying, let's see. I'm saying, will you be there on the 27th, the day before Thanksgiving? You're not working that night?
I'll be here Wednesday morning, yes. Wednesday morning, the 27th, yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to take off the day before Thanksgiving. Okay, so. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely call in then on Wednesday, the 27th. Yeah. But you're not going to be working on Thursday, Friday.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. What about next Sunday after Thanksgiving?
Yeah, we'll be here back on a regular schedule that week, full week, back on December the 2nd.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I wanted to check the schedule out. So I can call in. Yeah, see, I'm gonna start out with truck driving first, and then I'll get to the sports. I'm down here in South Carolina now, getting ready to make my way back to Texas. I should be back in Texas by Wednesday afternoon before Thanksgiving. Got a lot of driving to do. But I wanted to update you. I had talked to you about this last week about the gorge. Okay, the Interstate 40 is still closed. I had a load that I took from Illinois down to South Carolina, and I drove probably an extra 100 miles or more extra just just to avoid that 26 going through North Carolina. If you going west on 26 like you headed 81, it's not that bad. You're going downhill. But if you're going east back towards Asheville, you better hope you got a lightweight load of 5,000-10,000 pounds. Because if you got a 30 or 40,000 pound load, there's a 4-mile mountain that you got to go up, and that mountain will wear your truck out. I've seen a lot of trucks broke down trying to make it to the top of that mountain. If you got a heavy load, you better make sure your truck is in good condition. But it's worth the route. The way I went, like I said, Steve, the way I went down 57 down to Nashville, and then I got on 24 down in Chattanooga and took 24 over to normally you get on Interstate 40 down in Nashville and take that over to Knoxville and go, but you can't go that way no more. So I had to drive all the way down to Atlanta and then get on Interstate 85 and go back up to get to South Carolina that way. My company paid me for it, but I drove a lot of extra miles just to avoid the mountains. So I found out a long time ago when I started driving, Steve. A lot of these new drivers, they might want to learn this lesson. Sometimes the shortest way is not the fastest way. It's definitely shorter going 26 to get over to South Carolina. But I guarantee you, I'll be in South Carolina before that other guy could be going down through Atlanta, because it's all flat roads except for Mount Eagle over in coming out of Chattanooga. That's about the only big mountain you got, but you're going downhill. So that's the way. That's the basic. Like I said, there's only one or two ways. There's only two ways now to get to South Carolina if you're coming from the north. 2 or 3 ways, and like I said, they got the Interstate 40, as you said, going to be shut down for a while. Now, I want to talk about college football right quick before I get to the politics deal. Now, okay. Now, Ohio State, I'm going to speak Ohio State first. Indiana was a fake. If you look at their record, most of the team Indiana is the most losing program in the history of college football. They've lost. No other team has lost more games than Indiana, Steve. They talked about that on one of the college shows. Indiana played an easy schedule all week. The combined record of all the teams they beat is a losing record. So it wasn't no shock to me that Ohio State walked all over them. And in Indiana, anybody that's listening, Indiana fan, you don't deserve to be in the playoff either. Even you don't deserve to be in the top 12 because they're not a top 12 team. They had a fake, phony schedule, and they deserve to fall down as far as they can 15, 20 in the rankings, maybe even lower than that. Because they haven't played anybody.
What I'm seeing here, Eagle, it looks like they dropped from, they were 5th going into the game. Now they dropped to 10th in the rankings.
No, they should be lower than that. You can't tell me that they would be able to beat some of the Southeast schools. You can't tell me they'd be able to beat Ole Miss, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama's and teams like that. I don't think so. I don't think they can beat Texas A&M. I don't think they can beat them. The speed wise, they don't have the speed. And then another thing I know the reason why Indiana, if you look at the scholarships, Ohio State is one of the top schools in the nation with in terms of people that they have experience. Plus, they call them 5 stars, guys that were 5-star athletes in high school. I don't know, I can't remember what the amount, but it was a big jump from Ohio State down to what Indiana had. They had 2 and 3 stars playing on their team. So it wasn't no shock to me. Ohio State probably could have beat them worse than that. But here's the deal with Ohio State, Steve, is I told you this a couple of weeks ago about the coach, Ryan Day. Now, he needs to win this game real bad because he lost to Michigan the last couple of years. He has no reason to lose to Michigan this year. They lost their coach Harbaugh. They lost their quarterback. They lost a lot of top seniors off a national championship team. If they don't beat them this year, and I told you a couple of weeks ago that Ryan Day shouldn't get fired. As much as I like Ryan Day, if he loses this game coming up this Saturday against Ohio State, they may have to look elsewhere because there is no excuse for Ohio State. They have a better team, better players, better everything. There's no reason for Ohio State to lose to Michigan. I know it's a rival game, but Michigan is not as good as they was last year. So there's no excuses for Ryan Day. He better put up or shut up come this Saturday afternoon. Now, as far as the Heisman Trophy goes, as much as I like the guy from Colorado, Travis Hunter, he's a hell of a football player. He's the best player in college football. But like I heard a guy say, you can't. It's hard to give a guy that honor that has 3 losses. Colorado has 3 losses. They might have another one come this Saturday. You know, I know he's the best player, but it's hard to give that award to somebody, you know, that's lost 3 or 4 ball games. But we'll see what they do about that situation. You know, Deion Sanders has already said that he hoped that he might get screwed. Hopefully he don't get screwed, but they might give it to somebody else that has less losses on the team, on their team. So we'll see how that transpires with him. Now, as far as the other deal goes with Alabama, I was at Alabama over the weekend. I watched the game in a sports bar in Alabama. And those people are raising hell. Alabama, this coach here, I never liked that guy to begin with. He came from Washington, the University of Washington, a weak Pac-10 school. You know, yeah, he won a lot of games, but you seen what happened last year in the national championship game. He got blown out by Michigan. That was a bad sign right there. And then yet Alabama still brung him on. This guy doesn't have the toughness. He doesn't have the Southern toughness to get these players motivated. There's a difference going into a home, Steve, a recruiter. When you got a guy coming from the north going into homes in the south, he can't relate to these kids in the south to get these kids to want to come to Alabama and play football. And you're going to see Alabama drop big time because these kids, they're going to go elsewhere because they can't relate to this guy with the Yankee or the northern way of thinking. These Alabama kids are used to the southern style of thinking. There's a whole different style of thinking from the north and the south, and he's going to find. Well, he's already finding out that it's not working in Alabama, and he's going to have a short. They already wanted the hell out of Alabama after 1 year. If he has another season like this next year, if he survives this year, he'll be out of Alabama. He'll be coaching somewhere else because people in Alabama, especially if he loses this game next week. You know, a lot of people try to say that the Michigan-Ohio State is the biggest rivalry in college football. I don't think so. I think the Alabama-Auburn is the biggest rivalry in football. And Ohio State's real close. But if he loses this game to Auburn this week, those people are going to raise all kind of hell in Alabama, and he might be walking out of town this year instead of next year. So he better figure out a way to get his team motivated and play hard come this Friday or Saturday, whenever they play. Because what they already don't lost to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt, that's a complete embarrassment what they did a couple of months ago, and then they come out and play the way they did the other night against Oklahoma, a team with a losing record. It's just embarrassing. Couldn't even score a touchdown. So he better start picking up the pace real quick. Now, I want to get to the politics deal, Steve, over this interesting over the weekend. Some more interesting details came out on these governors around the country. And they ought to be ashamed of themselves, and they ought to be the people. They ought to be forced out of their job. For these people to say, Steve, that they're gonna try to block Donald Trump from going in and deport. There's one guy who said that he'd be willing to go to jail. I read on my phone earlier tonight. Can't remember what state that was. Some governor claiming he'd be. I think it was in Colorado, as a matter of fact. Yeah. He said that he'd be willing to go to. He said he'd be willing to go to jail to Donald Trump from deporting people out of this country. Now, I want to ask you a simple question, Steve, right quick. Why would these people want to stop Donald Trump from deporting people that are illegal in the country? Can you answer that question? Because I can't figure it out.
Quite honestly, no, I cannot answer the question. I don't know what the hell it is. Wait, unless they want.
That's what I'm saying. You know, they got the trend there. You know, they got the trend there. What did you say?
I don't know if they want the cheap labor for the companies that are hiring those illegals, or what it's. I mean, in most cases, they're draining resources and costing the states millions of dollars.
Yeah, I can't figure it out, Steve. I cannot figure it. California the same way. You got the Trendale Rock where they took over the apartment complex out there in Colorado, Aurora. You know, and were taking people's rent money and busting down doors, and yet these people say that they don't want these people to be deported. I can't figure it out. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. It makes absolutely no sense for these governors around the country to say that they're going to try to stop Donald Trump from getting people out of the country that are here illegally. It's really sad. And if I was one of, like I told you last week, Steve, if I was one of those people, I'll never live in a state that's run by Democrats. No way. I refuse to be associated with those people because they don't think right. These people are on a different planet as far as I'm concerned. If I lived in California, Arizona, Illinois, or any of these other states, New York state that's run by Democrats, I'll be packing my bag and getting the hell out because I refuse to pay taxes in a state where these people don't respect me and my family, and they rather give my hard-earned tax money to somebody who doesn't belong here. So it's just sickening and it's disgusting. And hopefully, like Tom Homan said, we'll get into your state one way or the other. He said we'll send in as many people as we have to send in to get these people out, and ain't a damn thing that these governors can do about it. And I forgot about Massachusetts, another democratically run loser state. That the female that runs that's another state that's they ought to be ashamed of themselves. And like I said before, Steve, if I lived in any of those places, I'd be packing my bags, getting the hell out. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, have a great morning. Thank you so much for checking in. And it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme.
The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Yeah, Eagle was talking about trying to find your way around Tennessee, North Carolina, interstate closures. Yeah, not a day goes by where some truck driver that either cannot read English or just ignores the signs, thinking that I guess maybe they're a better driver than anybody else, and I can do it. Yeah, not again. A truck driver's failed attempt to bypass Interstate 40 closures documented by the heavy tow truck driver in a series of clips. In the first clip, the tractor trailer can be seen balanced precariously on the side of a deep ditch on the right side of the tail of the dragon on the North Carolina-Tennessee border. Yes, truckers trying to take the tail. The driver's load of large rolls of paper appears to have broken through the balancing trailer and landed even further down in the ditch. Yeah, but the driver apparently okay. Still looking for I-40, said the poster. Yeah, this is the heavy tow truck driver. I'm still looking for 40. The next video is him completing the process of hoisting the truck back onto more level ground. That same profile also features another couple of videos featuring another tractor trailer stuck in a little less dramatic but similar situation on another back road with the caption, "Where's I-40? I can't get to I-40. But they're trying. All right, rolling toward news break here, about a minute away. I don't know. I don't think I'll be out there on Black Friday. How about you? U.S. shoppers are coming out in force, they tell us, this holiday season. But the festiveness is being tempered by the inflationary pressures that have abated a bit, but they're still not gone. After the sticker shock during the latter stages of the pandemic, a familiar frustration has settled in toward consumer prices that remain broadly elevated, even though they've stopped rising rapidly, at least. But are the American people ready to open their wallets this holiday? More on that in the upcoming hour. But it's a Monday, the greatest day of the week, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel says Hezbollah's fired around 250 rockets across the border from Lebanon. The bombardment comes amid reports Israel and Lebanon are closing in on a ceasefire agreement over the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The US military is planning to spread missile bases throughout western Japan in the event of a Taiwan contingency. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
The US military already has a heavy presence in Japan's Okinawa region. The island chain makes up 1% of Japan's landmass but hosts 70% of US military facilities. Now, the Pentagon says Western Japan and the Philippines should expect yet more bases and more U.S. missiles in the event of any, quote, contingency involving Taiwan and China. According to Kyodo News, the deployment of missile units will be part of a response plan by the U.S. and Japan, which will establish temporary bases stretching from Japan's main western island of Kyushu to Taiwan. But America has not yet clarified on how temporary these bases will be and what constitutes a contingency that requires triggering the further spread of U.S. military hardware throughout Okinawa. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Rudenko says the U.S. is using Taiwan to provoke a serious crisis in Asia. He He's reiterated Moscow's backing of China's stance on Taiwan. Beijing sees Taiwan as part of China, and President Xi Jinping's vowed to retake it by force if necessary. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In September, President Joe Biden approved a $567 million arms sale package, and following that we heard a statement from Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. He said that Russia is supportive of China in Asia, and it opposes any attempt to inflame the situation in Taiwan. But crucially, he also said that Russia approves of Beijing's approach to Ukraine. And I think this is really key here. China and Russia have grown closer, both diplomatically, but Russia also very much depends on China economically since its invasion in Ukraine.
A new research lab's being set up to help British spies counter the threat of Russian cyber warfare. The government's warning Russian cyber interference could see power grids shut down. Government Minister Pat McFadden claims the Kremlin is exceptionally aggressive and reckless in this area, as the UK hosts a NATO cyber defence conference in London. Russia expert Keir Giles isn't clear why the UK's raising the issue now.
There is nothing new that he's actually talking about, and a lot of the developments that he seems to be presenting as new and alarming are things that we've known about for years, like Russia bringing cyber criminals on board.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the outcome of COP29, the climate change summit that has finished in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan. It ended with a $1.3 trillion agreement to provide funds for developing world nations to move towards a low-carbon economy. But only $300 billion of that money will come in the form of grants and interest-free loans. The rest of the cash will rely on private investors and new levies on fossil fuel use that have not yet been agreed. Riley Ware is with Christian Aid's delegation attending the event in Baku.
We're disappointed ultimately because this was billed as the finance COP that would actually meet the needs of developing countries, both to tackle the impacts of climate change, the droughts, the floods, the storms, but also help them decarbonise their economies over the next few years. And despite this being kind of the moment where we were supposed to really mobilise the right amount of money to do that, the number is too low and it's too vague. It will come from largely loans that will just add to the debt burden of many of these poorer countries.
There were protests in the final hours of COP29 and allegations that Saudi Arabia was playing a behind-the-scenes role to alter the final text of the summit without full consultation. The event ended in a general atmosphere of recrimination and claims that it had been a missed opportunity. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Israel says Hezbollah's fired around 250 rockets across the border from Lebanon. The US military is planning to spread missile bases through western Japan in the event of a Taiwan contingency. Russia's deputy foreign minister says the US is using Taiwan to provoke a serious crisis in Asia, and a new research lab's being set up to help British spies counter the threat of Russian cyber warfare. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone Monday. Here we go. Thanksgiving week is upon us. Here comes the holidays. Yeah, Christmas. 1 month away. It's November 25. Another year. Boy, we'll be ringing in the new year before you know it. 2025. My. Meanwhile, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. And good morning to Daryl. What's happening, Daryl?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Tracker doing today?
Everybody doing fine. Getting ready for Turkey Day, right?
Well, I put on an apron at about 10:30 yesterday morning and helped my granddaughter till about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and my job was to mash 5 pounds of potatoes.
Did you have to peel them? That's the part I don't like. I hate peeling potatoes.
No, they were already peeled. They were peeled, and she had already boiled them. And I had a little mixer. I thought I was going to burn the thing up before I got them mixed up. I got the job finished. We had about 24 at her house, and she had about a 24-pound turkey. And it was fun to work with my granddaughter for a few hours. And I played checkers with some of the smaller great-grandchildren, and they doggone nearly beat me. I'm going to have to bolt up on my checker game.
Oh, boy.
Did you ever play checkers?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, played a lot when I was a kid. Haven't played in a number of years, but...
I used to go up in the mountains of Arkansas. I sold auto parts for 10 years and was a traveling salesman. And I would find the checkerboards just flat, wore out. You couldn't even see where the spots were. I guess they just guessed at it. And I would buy a new checkerboard and take in and give to them. And then they would want me to sit down and play a game.
Right.
I never even got to the king roll with them mountain men. They really do how to play checkers. What do you have planned for Thanksgiving Day?
The family's coming over, and it'll be, well, you spend the day cooking. That's what you do, right?
Yeah. Cooking rolls, cooking dressing, and I didn't get any deviled eggs. I usually get deviled eggs when I go to my granddaughter's.
Yeah.
They call them dressed eggs down in Kentucky. They don't give the devil his due down there.
How about that?
Well, I'll let you go. I enjoy your show, as you know, and I enjoy putting that good stuff in my gas tank that keeps my F-110 running at 210,000 miles, just like an oil machine. Talk to you later.
Thank you so much, Daryl. You have a great morning. And somewhere in the mix, right after Thanksgiving, are there any McRib fans out there? It's kind of like a pattern. McRib comes and then it goes away, then it comes back and it goes away. For a limited time, McRib, I thought the last time they said that was it. McRib was done. But McRib is back. Apparently coming up on December 3rd, so next week. Yeah, the McRib is back for a limited time. Mickey D's trying to reel some of the customers back that they lost after the E. coli outbreak. Funny thing is, the McRib has pretty much the same slivered onions that they used on the quarter pounder with cheese. But I'm the guy that if I get a quarter pounder, it's quarter pounder with cheese, no onion. I don't like onion. Same with the McRib. I'll take the McRib with no onion. Oh, and if you're really a fan of the McRib sauce, they will be selling half-gallon jugs of the McRib sauce. Yeah, starting Monday, Tuesday, whatever that is. I think $20. $20 for a half-gallon of McRib sauce. Are you really that big of a fan? All right, checking out the space headlines. I see Phillips on board as we get the new week started. I wanted to ask him about the International Space Station taking some evasive action last week. The Russian Progress cargo ship docked at the space station had to fire its thrusters for 5.5 minutes this past Tuesday. Now, the goal was to make sure the orbiting complex dodged a potentially dangerous piece of space junk. The predetermined debris avoidance maneuver was conducted in coordination with NASA, Roscosmos, and the other space station partners. According to NASA, without the maneuver, ballistics officials estimated that the fragment could have come within about 2.5 miles of the station. These type of maneuvers are not terribly uncommon. December of 2022, analysis reported the space station has performed evasive burns a total of 32 times since 1999. That number has gone up since. They dodged space junks twice in a week back in March of last year. And, of course, they'll continue to rise as low Earth orbit gets more and more crowded with satellites and pieces of debris, defunct rocket stages and things of that nature, trying to avoid the space junk. All right, there he is. Good morning, Philip. How we doing?
I'm doing fine. Yeah, I heard about them having to do that. That's how they do it when they need to move that thing around. Everybody thinks it's got its own propulsion system. They don't. Whatever's docked to it, they can turn them on and move the station that way. That's how it's moved. I think they even did it with the shuttle back in the day, with its different home spots where they were moving around. But, yeah, they're having to do that. I did a lot of investigating this weekend, Steve. We're investing a lot in laser technology. You know where our United States is? We're wanting to do some things with lasers that have never been done before. And hang on just a second here. I'm coming up. It looks like we got an accident here on I-4, just at the St. Johns River Bridge, if anybody's coming up through here, so y'all be careful. They are investing in lasers because they want to move energy over lasers. Have you heard anything about that, Steve?
Move energy via laser. No, I have not.
Okay, so what they're wanting to do is they're wanting to set up, like, say, a solar bank out in outer space and have a laser hooked to it, and that laser will shoot back down to the Earth and go to a receiving station and will transfer the power that solar bank has made to the Earth, and then we can utilize it in our grid system. Does that make sense?
Sounds like a mighty large undertaking. I don't know. Is it realistic?
It's something they're looking at. They're looking at doing it. They want to transfer power. They want to make power. There's one thing that I've noticed in the last few years, even with Biden administration. Do you notice that he never did dissolve the U.S. Space Force that Trump set up?
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice that branch of the military has never been dissolved? And it is growing more and more in each day. And there's a lot of stuff going on with the United States Space Force that a lot of people don't know about as far as surveillance. We're watching Russia a lot, China, and believe it or not, India as well, for their technology that they're developing in space. But that laser thing, that's huge. and we're putting a lot of bank into it. We want to get it. Now, if you noticed with Biden, what were they all shooting for? Global warming. We don't want to mess with the atmosphere. We don't want to mess with that. Well, we have Trump in office now. I think a lot of these kind of projects are going to be pushed along a little bit further than they did when Joe was in office, if you know what I mean. And it's things that we got to pay attention to. Elon Musk, on that private space flight he had recently, they transferred signal over a laser beam, and it worked. So if they're moving signal, which is basically transmission, over a laser beam, by pointing it at Starlink, how much further you think we are from doing the power thing? I don't think we're very far from it. Did you hear, Steve, about Russia using intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs?
That was the report last week. I think they've since said it was not an ICBM. It was a hypersonic that at one point, I guess the flight speed was Mach 11 at its peak.
Yes. And it was a multi-hitter, they call it. So picture this. You have one missile that has multiple missiles inside of it. So when it gets transported to a point, and then those missiles launch from the missile itself, and they go to different areas and hit at different areas. You'll hear the term warheads. When a missile has multiple warheads, it can be set up, depending on how the missile is, it can be set up to where multiple warheads can go to different locations. So you can essentially bomb, say, 5 or 10 places with one missile. And that was what was going on with that one. They said it was an ICBM. I kind of think to myself, ICBM, I thought, those were stood down when we did our nuclear agreement with Russia many, many years ago. But who knows? We know what's left in the silos. We don't know what Russia tore apart. We only know what we tore apart. But it can happen. That's where you hear the term multiple warheads, Steve. That's what that means.
Right.
That means a missile can have, one missile can strike multiple locations. And you're talking about your tactical nukes last week. You could do that with a tactical nuke as well. You could have nuclear weapons that are one delivery system delivering many nuclear bombs to many different areas. So you don't even need those fancy bombers anymore. You can drop it off anywhere and just fire it, and then it'll go where it needs to go, and everything's programmed into the computer. Just like Elon's little Starship coming back to the launch pad, it's the same system. It's a guidance system, the same system that you have anywhere else in those kind of setups and missiles. So, there's food for thought there. I thought I'd bring that out about the lasers because not too many people are hearing about that. And there's a lot of technology that's going into the space thing right now. And, that little X-37 plane, that belongs to the Space Force now. It doesn't belong to the Air Force anymore. So, there's a lot of things being developed. So, that's all I got pretty much for the day, buddy. And I'll talk to you tomorrow. You guys going to be on tomorrow and Wednesday morning?
That is affirmative, yes. We'll be here Tuesday and Wednesday morning, then off for Thanksgiving and off for Black Friday. Get the long weekend. Yes, indeed. I guess they confirmed late last week the Russian missile that struck in Ukraine last Thursday flew for 15 minutes, reached a maximum speed beyond Mach 11, according to Kyiv's top spy agency. The flight time of the Russian missile from the moment of its launch to the impact was, again, 15 minutes. The missile was equipped, as Philip was just explaining, with 6 warheads, each equipped with 6 what they call submunitions. So I guess 6 times 6, 36. Yeah, the speed at the final part of trajectory was over Mach 11. Kyiv initially suggested Russia had fired an intercontinental ballistic missile, but U.S. officials and NATO echoed Putin's description of the weapon as an intermediate-range ballistic missile. Ukraine's foreign ministry urging the international community to react swiftly. NATO will hold an emergency meeting with Ukraine at the alliance's headquarters in Brussels on Tuesday, they tell us, to discuss Moscow's strike, according to a NATO source on Friday. All right, the Grump joins us on the greatest day of the week right after this.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Okay, close out the weekend. Here comes a Monday Morning Grump. What's happening?
Oh, same old stuff. What you into?
Yeah, getting ready for Turkey Day, Thanksgiving.
I guess I'll be somewhere over in Ohio when that happens. I'm on that run. You know, I've been on for last going on 4 years. So, yeah, I get stuck working on Thanksgiving and Christmas usually. But
really?
It's all right. Yeah. Well, they paid me for it, so I go ahead and do it.
So what do they have?
What are
you hauling like on the holiday? I mean, I know the groceries have to move, but most of the shippers and receivers are shut down, aren't they?
They're shut down on the day, but they open back up
okay.
Friday. They'll be wide open. And,
I got you.
Yeah, and I got to be over there. I haul meat, beef. So, yep, usually about, lately here it's been everything under the sun. But there's some weeks all I haul is hamburger. I'll have 30,000 pounds of hamburger on, and it's always nice when they got a few cases that busted open or something like that because they won't take them, and I just pack them in my freezer. And I think we got three deep freezers at home right now that's just full of meat from this run. So anything from T-bones to hamburger to, and we haul other stuff. We'll get chickens and, stuff like that on there also. So, talking about Russia and that MERV, or, Philip was talking about, that's been around since 1961, the multiple reentry vehicles. We've had them on everything from Titans to the Minuteman II, Minuteman I, IIs. If you take the average submarine out that's carrying intercontinental ballistic missiles on there, they may have 90 missiles on their sub or something like that, just as a ballpark figure. But with all the warheads, they may have 600 different warheads, and they've all been capable of doing that for years and years and years. But we were supposed to eliminate a great deal of our intercontinental ballistic missiles, but I think we're bringing in more technology. Russia, under the strategic limitation talks that were started up back in the Carter days, went on through Reagan and everything. They, I don't see. I read an article today that said we're inching more toward nuclear war. I don't think we're ever going to see that. There may be some tactical nukes, but the things that we have today, I mean, you take one of those warheads that's on one ICBM, it's 20 times more powerful than Hiroshima, just one of them. So, you're talking that if one of them damn things was to hit and center, if we was to launch one at Russia, for instance, and hit Moscow or something like that, and just, and they go into separate, the vehicle kind of breaks up when it's coming back in, and each individual warhead finds its own target. Just one missile alone would be enough to, the fallout on it would just be phenomenal. So I don't see what idiot would be a president would be willing to, other than Iran, them morons that, they just can't get it, they just can't understand that the power of nuclear weapons, and they would certainly love to have one. They think if they was to hit Israel with one, that it would, that would be the end of Israel. Well, it would be, but it'd be the end of a lot of other things. I mean, even tactical nukes would be a mistake because Israel would just turn them to powder, in just a matter of hours. So I don't know, man. I seen that, that hypersonic, and that's one of the more scary things. Like I told you last week there, when China lost that one, it went completely around the world and hit right back where it started. Of course, it was a dead missile, but it went completely around the world in like 17 minutes or something like that. Went up in the atmosphere, come back, circled the globe and hit right back where they started from.
Wow.
And they tried to keep that, as hush-hush as possible. And we have systems that can shoot down pretty much anything. But, when you're talking hypersonic, it just, it would take a hypersonic missile to keep up with it or try to shoot it down. Back in the days of the SR-71 when it was flying out, I used to sit in the crew billets with the pilots of that, and we would sit there and have conversation. I was just a kid, and stuff, but I was one of them that got tasked with gardening, and we'd be in there having chats with them and stuff like that. And I'd be listening to these guys, and they'd be they'd take off. They'd be gone for 3 days at a time, and they would just pretty much fly around the world with this thing, but for the most part, they would take off from England. They would, and they'd fly over Russia and China and then come back. And they were talking about, every time that they get shot at or something. That's one of the ways that they seen so much of the missiles that Russia was using, because they would.
Well, Grump, hold that thought there, because we got to get our news break.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel says Hezbollah's fired around 250 rockets across the border from Lebanon. The bombardment comes amid reports Israel and Lebanon are closing in on a ceasefire agreement over the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The US military is planning to spread missile bases throughout western Japan in the event of a Taiwan contingency. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
The US military already has a heavy presence in Japan's Okinawa region. The island chain makes up 1% of Japan's landmass but hosts 70% of US military facilities. Now, the Pentagon says Western Japan and the Philippines should expect yet more bases and more US missiles in the event of any, quote, contingency involving Taiwan and China. According to Kyodo News, the deployment of missile units will be part of a response plan by the US and Japan, which will establish temporary bases stretching from Japan's main western island of Kyushu to Taiwan. But America has not yet clarified on how temporary these bases will be and what constitutes a contingency that requires triggering the further spread of US military hardware throughout Okinawa. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Rudenko says the US is using Taiwan to provoke a serious crisis in Asia. He's reiterated Moscow's backing of China's stance on Taiwan. Beijing sees Taiwan as part of China, and President Xi Jinping's vowed to retake it by force if necessary. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In September, President Joe Biden approved a $567 million arms sale package. And following that, we heard a statement from Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. He said that Russia is supportive of China in Asia, and it opposes any attempt to inflame the situation in Taiwan. But crucially, he also said that Russia approves of Beijing's approach to Ukraine. And I think this is really key here. China and Russia have grown closer, both diplomatically, but Russia also very much depends on China economically since its invasion in Ukraine.
A new research lab's being set up to help British spies counter the threat of Russian cyber warfare. The government's warning Russian cyber interference could see power grids shut down. Government Minister Pat McFadden claims the Kremlin is exceptionally aggressive and reckless in this area, as the UK hosts a NATO cyber defence conference in London. Russia expert Keir Giles isn't clear why the UK's raising the issue now.
There is nothing new that he's actually talking about, and a lot of the developments that he seems to be presenting as new and alarming are things that we've known about for years, like Russia bringing cyber criminals on board.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you.
From Feature Story.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com.
Okay, back at it here on a Monday. Welcome back, Grump. Thanks for hanging in there.
You bet. Yeah, the SR-71 was a unique plane, man. I wish they'd never got rid of it. It was developed back in the 1950s under Skunk Works, and CIA had most of them. They were mostly, they were all privately owned. They were on loan or leased to the Air Force had some of them that were, under lease. But these guys were, they were nuts, flying them damn things. They'd sit and openly talk about, flying alongside a missile that was shot up at it, a surface to air missile to shoot it down. They said, hell, they just do a loop and fly alongside of it and just take pictures of it, get up there pretty close to it.
Mm-hmm.
But they were pretty crazy people. It would take a hell of a lot of, I don't know. I don't think I'd want to be in one. When they're stretched out, they still have it classified on what the top speed of those things were, but they would expand so much in flight. Sometimes over 2 feet they would expand because just the heat that they would generate, and they'd fly up along the ozone layer. I mean, just literally, they held the pilots and everybody, and the systems officer wore space suits. So yeah, they got up there pretty high. To answer Eagle's question, why the Democrats are allowing this to happen on all these illegals? Every 10 years we have a census bureau that comes in. They do the United States Census, and every 10 years that determines your congressional seats and your delegates. So the more that these idiots let in, and they were counting on number one, on locking Trump's ass up, and and having Kamala Harris, carry this up to nearly 2010. Well, it would have been right at 2010. And the more come in, the merrier it would have been. I mean, they would have, the Democrats just were counting on that, and they would have, if they would have had their way, they would have been so many illegals packing blue states, number one, blue states and blue cities and things like that, where they're going to get so many Democrat delegates and so many more Democrat congressmen in Congress that it wouldn't have mattered. I mean, Republicans probably would have never got reelected. I mean, they would have just, kept the borders open, just letting more and more and more in here. They don't give a rat's ass about these people. Just think about it for a second. They don't care about them. If they gave a damn about them, they wouldn't be, sitting back and watching them riding on tops of trains and all these little young ladies getting raped along the way and everything else, and them living on the streets and everything else. All they care about is counting heads and power. And the Census Bureau counts bodies. It does not count citizens. It counts bodies in those districts. And when I had them knock on my door, I filled out the Census Bureau. It's mandated through the Constitution that they have to conduct a census every 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it is also against the law if you do not participate in the census. If they send you out, the census itself, you have to fill it out. You have to send it back in. It's against the law. I mean, they can literally sock you with a big fine or lock you up if you do not do it. And what I did was, on my house, they wanted to know how big the house was. They wanted to know my income. They wanted to know my wife's income. They wanted to know everything about us. And you probably got the same census that I did. I mean, it's a book. It's not some little something that you can just fill out and send back. So I checked off my name. I put my name on there, my wife's name, and my son's name that at the time living at the house. 3 people. Sent it back to them. And they sent people around. Barack Obama, he got 280,000 temporary people to go out and do follow-up on these Census Bureaus. 280,000 that they hired for that. And that was another thing that Obama looked at, that, wow, we've had, look how many people we've put to work here, 280,000 new jobs and all this. Well, that was just government jobs over the Census Bureau. Well, we had them knock on the door, and she said, you didn't complete your census. And they keep track of that crap, man. I mean, they got a list of everybody. And I said, I completed everything that I'm required by law to complete. Number one, the number of people that's in this household, and that's it. What my income is none of the damn government's business. How many cars I got is none of the government's business. None of that. I said, all you're required to know is how many people reside at this residence right here. And, we kind of had a little back and forth. Well, you need to complete that. I said, get the hell off my property before I sick the damn dog on you. I said, it's ridiculous, Steve, that government wants to know all this stuff. Why, I have absolutely no idea. They damn sure wouldn't do it to the, how are they going to count the illegals that are here? They do it, number one, through the amount of money that is spent through that municipality on illegal aliens. They're so just, right now they're sucking up the budgets of these cities that's just, hell, you have nothing left to fix roads with or bridges or anything else, because they're housing, feeding, and clothing illegal aliens. I think one of the things with Trump, when Trump comes in office, when he just day one, he needs to get an executive order shutting off all funding for illegal aliens. Just cut up the cards. Do not take any EBT cards from people that does not have a ID card or anything else. And if it was up to the Democrats with these motor voter laws, the damn illegals would be driving big trucks, which they probably already are. It's just a matter of getting caught. I've seen 4 trucks today didn't have IFTA stickers on, didn't have hardly anything on them. And the people that was driving them, it was up around Chicago, all of them hauling containers, just no IFTA stickers, no nothing. I don't know how in the hell they're getting by with that, other than the fact that, there's not enough law enforcement on the highway right now to take care of the interstate commerce. And that just seems to be an ongoing problem. But if that was me, if I had a IFTA sticker gone or a license plate gone or anything like that, hell, I'd have a SWAT team on my ass. But yet these people, they can get by with anything. So It's going to be a fun time when Trump takes over. He's getting some, like I say, get some good people. He's got Sean Duffy. It's going to take over the transportation. That's the part. He's going to be the Secretary of Transportation, if he's confirmed. But he should be confirmed pretty readily. I mean, people like him fairly well. He knows his stuff. So we'll see what happens and see who he gets in. Hires in as a FMCSA director. But I don't know. It's I just want something that's considered normal in this country again. Just where you're getting rid of actually locking up criminals instead of patting them on the back and telling them to go back out there and get you some more free stuff or whatever. I mean, they do it in areas where Democrats are heavily controlling them because they know that prosecutors are going to prosecute the store owner for shooting their sorry ass before that they would prosecute them for stealing. So they do that, but you don't see a lot of that in the red states, the heavy red states. It's got a lot of, people with a lot of guns and, that kind of want to protect their own. You just don't see a lot of it. And I don't know, man, I tell you, it's, this country is due for a do-over, in so many ways. And from the taxes that we spend to the highways. I mean, hell, go across Indiana right now on I-7, you get bounced out of the damn seat. They spend so much money on junk that they don't fix the roads. And nobody has to post bid bonds or anything like that anymore on these on fixing highways, where they used to. You had to put up so much money and until the project was completed on time, and then you got your bid bond back. And then they had to carry a warranty on it. So a lot of it was 5 years. If something, happens to the highway after 5 years, well, then get a new highway or whatever. But it's things have changed, man. It's just sometimes it's unrecognizable how it's went. But I think the one thing that we need to get real serious about, with all the things that's going on in this world with Ukraine and Russia and with China talking up Taiwan right now, that they may possibly move on it to take it by force, and we're setting up more bases in Japan, outside of Misawa and Okinawa and places like that. And I think they said they got 10 more, something like that, temporary bases that they're putting up, moving more troops in those areas to help defend Taiwan if China moves on. Man, it's getting to be a scary time in this country. Mm-hmm. It's the old dinosaurs. It just seems like they won't die off. They want to make a name for themselves. They want some kind of legacy or whatever. And we got the warmongers here, the neocons and people like that they think if they're not fighting a war, then they're irrelevant. Well, most of them are irrelevant anyway. Even during the wartime. Lindsey Graham, there's an idiot that I wish would just shut up. He's never seen a war that he wanted to go to, but he wanted our troops dying in one. For somebody that was a Air Force colonel or whatever, and as a lawyer, and he'd swoop in and tell them what the rules of engagement were, on the law side. But you'd think he'd pick up a damn gun and fight and all. I don't know, man. It's we got to do something, and it's I hope Trump can throw some cold water on a lot of these people and make it clear to China that if they want to be isolated, we can damn sure turn a bunch of container ships around. It hurt our economy for a while, but we'd manage. But it's a hell of a lot better than the alternative, getting blown up or having to send a bunch of troops over and build our service back up just to go fight a damn war. Russia should have never happened, but it did. And I don't know. I just want to see Democrats gone and get something that's normal back in here. Get some, we can feel like this country's respected again instead of and feared. That's the main thing, feared. When we have a military that nobody wants to jack with, I mean, that's just the way it is. It's, that comes from common sense. When somebody looks at it and says, no, I'm not going to, blow up this base here because they'll bomb the crap out of me, And that seems to be what Trump has put forth, with so much of it, and just told them like it is, and
fear of reprisal.
What we got right now.
If they have no fear of reprisal, there's nothing to, All right, Grump, thank you so much. Hey, if we don't talk to you before, have a happy Thanksgiving, right? I asked the question earlier, are you ready for your holiday shopping? Americans, they say, are ready to open their wallets this holiday season. According to the Conference Board ahead of Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, that traditionally sees U.S. stores kick off the Christmas shopping season with big discounts. U.S. consumers plan to spend more than last year, but inflation reduces how far your dollars can go. In this environment, nobody expects to pay the full price for items. Holiday shoppers are likely to increase their budgets this year versus last, but will remain selective and looking for discounts, according to the note from Morgan Stanley. The Investments Bank's survey found 35% plan to spend more this holiday season, but nearly two-thirds would skip a purchase if an item is not adequately discounted, meaning a cut in price of more than 20%. It's going to be a good year, but I don't think that growth is going to be spectacular because the consumers are still under pressure, according to global data. Inflation remains above the Federal Reserve's 2% long-term target, rising in October to 2.6%. But that's significantly below the peak level of 9.1% in June of 2022. Other recent economic data has been pretty solid. Unemployment remains at 4.1%. Preliminary GDP reading for the third quarter came in at 2.8%. All right. Inflation. How Trump's looming presidency will affect inflation remains to be seen. Industry groups have warned that tariffs could reignite pressure on prices. The National Retail Federation projected that a Trump tariff proposal floated during the campaign would dent consumer budgets by as much as $78 billion annually. But while tough potential trade actions are already preoccupying Washington trade groups, tariffs are not on consumer radars for the 2024 season. One challenge this year will actually be the shortness of the season. Black Friday this year falling on the last possible date on November 29. Shortening the stretch from Thanksgiving to Christmas on December the 25th. Short shopping season, as they say, but we'll be back in a moment. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There you go. The rest of the story. McDonald's, as I mentioned, bringing back the iconic McRib sandwich at participating restaurants beginning December 3rd. And the extra bonus, they're also debuting the McRib sauce. A whole lot of McRib sauce in a limited edition half-gallon jug for $19.99. Actually, the sauce goes on sale this morning at 10 a.m., it says. 10 a.m. Eastern Time, November 25th. Okay. You can purchase the sauce by visiting the website. wholelotofmcribsauce.com. Okay. Of course, the McRib that debuted 1981 has built a huge following since. While the sandwich is considered a staple of the restaurant's history, it typically is only available as a temporary or seasonal item. Through the years, they brought the McRib back to meet consumer demand, including for a farewell tour in 2022, where they made it available for 3 weeks for a limited time offering at some restaurants last year. But it seems to always come back. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Good to hear from Grump, man. Agree with probably 90% of what he said. There was a few things, though, I'd like to differ on. Where he said he didn't think it would go into nuclear war, and I guess he said a tactical nuke. Really wasn't like a full-blown nuclear war, but Steve, if anybody launches a tactical nuke, that's nuclear war, my man. Doesn't matter the size of it. Steve, this missile attack by Putin was a nuclear missile test to show that the United States and the world that, sorry boys, you can't shoot this thing down. You can't intercept it. That's what another thing I kind of disagree with Grump about is said they're easy to shoot down. No, they're not. They're very, very hard when you got something traveling Mach 5 to Mach 10 and above. The ICBM technology, yes, has been around since the 60s, but these new hypersonic missile technology and the trajectory and all this stuff has not. So why was this test a success, Steve? Well, we didn't intercept it. We didn't shoot it down. And that's just one missile. Steve, you heard of cluster bombs.
Right, yep. And that was
not
essentially
even
what this
nuclear,
was,
but-
right? If you had 6 individual warheads with 6 individual sub-munitions in each, so that's 36 impacts.
Yes, and I guess if you want to call it a cluster missile, right? that thing will open up. See, they can put up to 100, depending on the size, right? They can put up to 100 different missiles in these compartments with different types of warheads. Steve, all an EMP is, right? Like electronic magnetic pulse, where you shut down the grids with that, you explode, or you detonate rather, a nuclear explosion up in the atmosphere just by the ionosphere, about 250,000 feet above the face of the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And it just fries everything. Pretty much most of the nuclear fallout stays out in space. Therefore, that's the preferred course of action that we will probably see here, because if you nuke, Steve, if you literally nuke Ukraine, Steve, it's unlivable, man. Like Putin, okay, well, we got Ukraine. Let's pack our bags and move in.
No. Not for, hundreds of years, I guess, right? All right, hold the thought. We pause there on a Monday morning. It's 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel says Hezbollah's fired around 250 rockets across the border from Lebanon. The bombardment comes amid reports Israel and Lebanon are closing in on a ceasefire agreement over the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The US military is planning to spread missile bases throughout western Japan in the event of a Taiwan contingency. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
The US military already has a heavy presence in Japan's Okinawa region. The island chain makes up 1% of Japan's landmass but hosts 70% of US military facilities. Now, the Pentagon says Western Japan and the Philippines should expect yet more bases and more US missiles in the event of any, quote, contingency involving Taiwan and China. According to Kyodo News, the deployment of missile units will be part of a response plan by the US and Japan, which will establish temporary bases stretching from Japan's main western island of Kyushu to Taiwan. But America has not yet clarified on how temporary these bases will be and what constitutes a contingency that requires triggering the further spread of US military hardware throughout Okinawa. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Rudenko says the US is using Taiwan to provoke a serious crisis in Asia. He's reiterated Moscow's backing of China's stance on Taiwan. Beijing sees Taiwan as part of China, and President Xi Jinping's vowed to retake it by force if necessary. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In September, President Joe Biden approved a $567 million arms sale package. And following that, we heard a statement from Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. He said that Russia is supportive of China in Asia, and it opposes any attempt to inflame the situation in Taiwan. But crucially, he also said that Russia approves of Beijing's approach to Ukraine. And I think this is really key here. China and Russia have grown closer, both diplomatically, but Russia also very much depends on China economically since its invasion in Ukraine.
A new research lab's being set up to help British spies counter the threat of Russian cyber warfare. The government's warning Russian cyber interference could see power grids shut down. Government Minister Pat McFadden claims the Kremlin is exceptionally aggressive and reckless in this area, as the UK hosts a NATO cyber defence conference in London. Russia expert Keir Giles isn't clear why the UK is raising the issue now.
There is nothing new that he's actually talking about, and a lot of the developments that he seems to be presenting as new and alarming are things that we've known about for years, like Russia bringing cyber criminals on board.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the outcome of COP29, the climate change summit that has finished in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan. It ended with a $1.3 trillion agreement to provide funds for developing world nations to move towards a low-carbon economy. But only $300 billion of that money will come in the form of grants and interest-free loans. The rest of the cash will rely on private investors and new levies on fossil fuel use that have not yet been agreed. Riley Ware is with Christian Aid's delegation attending the event in Baku.
We're disappointed ultimately because this was billed as the finance COP that would actually meet the needs of developing countries, both to tackle the impacts of climate change, the droughts, the floods, the storms, but also help them decarbonise their economies over the next few years. And despite this being kind of the moment where we were supposed to really mobilise the right amount of money to do that, the number is too low and it's too vague. It will come from largely loans that will just add to the debt burden of many of these poorer countries.
There were protests in the final hours of COP29 and allegations that Saudi Arabia was playing a behind-the-scenes role to alter the final text of the summit without full consultation. The event ended in a general atmosphere of recrimination and claims that it had been a missed opportunity. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Israel says Hezbollah's fired around 250 rockets across the border from Lebanon. The US military is planning to spread missile bases through western Japan in the event of a Taiwan contingency. Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister says the US is using Taiwan to provoke a serious crisis in Asia, and a new research lab's being set up to help British spies counter the threat of Russian cyber warfare. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, back at it here as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. Thanksgiving week. 80 million travelers. Highways get very busy. According to AAA, starting on Tuesday, things really begin to pack out. Air travelers, Tuesday, Wednesday, big travel days. But we left off there with Pappy talking about, I don't know, the future of warfare, electromagnetic pulses. The Reuters report Friday said Chinese hackers are positioning themselves in U.S. critical infrastructure in the event of a clash with the United States. According to a top cybersecurity official on Friday, Morgan Adamski, the executive director of the U.S. Cyber Command, said ongoing Chinese-linked cyber operations are aimed at gaining an advantage in the event of a major crisis or conflict with the U.S. He was speaking at the Cyber WarCon Security Conference in Arlington, Virginia. Senator Mark Warner Thursday told the Washington Post that a suspected China-linked hack on U.S. telecommunications firms was, in his words, quote, the worst telecom hack in our nation's history by far. The cyber espionage operation, dubbed Salt Typhoon, has included stolen call records data, the compromise of communications of top officials of both major U.S. presidential campaigns before the November 5th election, and telecommunications information related to U.S. law enforcement requests, according to the FBI. Of course, Beijing routinely denies cyber operations targeting U.S. entities. Not surprising, the Chinese embassy in Washington did not respond to request for comment, but everything, cyber espionage. Welcome back, Pappy.
Yeah, Steve, you watch, man, the next few days or weeks, news headlines. World's at war. World War III has broke out. Let me remind you that Russia has this defense pact with China, North Korea, and Iran. Steve, Putin already said we're at war. He said if we deliver them missiles, if we're not even using them, if we deliver them missiles, we will be at war with the United States and NATO. You can deny it. If you're on the street, you got somebody you had a bicker with, and they're saying we're in a fight. When we come across each other, we're going to fight. You could say, no, I'm not. We're not in a fight. I'm not going to fight you. Well, you're going to lose a fight when you come across them if they're determined to fight. And I think these globalists aren't giving up, Steve. Apparently, Trump's been down in Mar-a-Lago. He supposedly, this is according to Alex Jones, he said he talked to the Trump people. A few days ago, I saw a clip of him. He's like, where the hell's Trump? All this is going on. He's been quiet. Haven't heard anything from him. What the hell's going on? He called his people. So I guess this major general of NATO, I don't know his name, supposedly flew into Mar-a-Lago. Trump was trying to coordinate a peace deal and was going to have talks with Putin and Monica Lewinsky to try to throw some ice on this thing and cool everything down. Then I don't know if you heard this, Steve. I guess Germany and France came out. I forget what they called themselves. They said, hey, even if NATO and Trump come up with some kind of peace agreement, we're not going to accept it. Man, so I don't know, Steve. We're hanging on by the edge of our seat here, man. Which tells me, you know, the globalists are getting these leaders of these other countries, man. They might be hell-bent on having all hell break loose. Man, listen, Trump was 100% correct about these reasons for these governors to accept these or fight Trump on these illegals, sanctuary cities, so to speak. And if you notice, they're all Democrat cities. But Steve, he hit the nail on the head. I don't know if we talked about it. I think we did before in the past about Trump tried to get this Census Bureau not to include illegals in their census.
I recall that.
It was denied. It was denied. And Congress shot it down. That's because they were in charge. And they're in charge, so shut up and do what we say. So hopefully, Steve, when we get back in office here come January 20th, that we can turn this around. Because if we can, we got U.S. citizens leaving these blue states en masse, moving to red states because people woke up, Steve, just like this election. People are waking up and they're flipping the Democrats the double-barrel middle finger and saying, we're out of here. Why are all the major cities ran by Democrats turning the shish kebab?
Mm-hmm.
So, if we can overturn this, Steve, do you realize that these congressional seats that would be moved to the red, because they're all leaving the blue states into the red seats, and if we can get Congress, I believe it has to go through Congress, not to accept these illegals into the Census Bureau, non-citizens, that we could change the way government is being done in D.C. for a long, long time. I think the Democrats know this. That's why they're still fighting for these illegals. But he hit the nail on the head there, brother. Answer Eagle's question right quick. All right, brother. That's all I got, man. Happy Thanksgiving week to everybody.
Yes.
Hope everybody enjoys it. I work Monday, Tuesday, then I'm off Wednesday, Thursday. I got to do a little bit of training on Wednesday afternoon for a couple hours. But all right, everybody, go get yourself a big turkey this year. Cook that baby up. Appreciate it, Steve. Thanks, man.
All right, we did the turkey breast thing. Ultimately, rather than the whole bird, we did two of them. 2 turkey breast. All right. I think a couple of weeks ago when I the last time I shared a story about these companies that are using the delete kits, messing with the emissions on diesel trucks. And apparently it's really been big business. Thousands and thousands of trucks, people paying good money to have their emissions tampered with or eliminated so they can get better fuel economy, right? It just, every time you turn around, another scenario, somebody being caught. Last week, it was a New Jersey man pleading guilty to charges related to a nationwide scheme to remove pollution control software from hundreds of diesel trucks. 44-year-old Jonathan Achtmeyer pleading guilty to conspiracy to violate the Clean Air Act. According to the attorney's office for the Western District of Washington, he faces up to 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. Officials say between 2019 and 2022, Achtmeyer removed the pollution control software on hundreds of vehicles nationwide while doing business on social media as Voided Warranty Tuning, VWT, or Optimized AG, taking in more than $4.3 million in gross profits. Apparently conspired with mechanics in garages and operators of truck fleets to disable the anti-pollution software on diesel trucks using laptops provided to various co-conspirators that were hooked up to a truck's onboard computer. He could tune the portion of the vehicle's software that is designed to slow the truck if the pollution control device was missing or malfunctioning. Officials said he could tune diesel trucks remotely, which enabled him to maximize his environmental impact and personal profit. Charged up to $4,500 per truck to remove the pollution control software. He worked with service garages or truck fleets in various areas of Washington state. The vehicles he altered included pickups like the Dodge 3500, Kenworth and Freightliner semi-trucks. These tampered trucks, they say, produced 30 to 1,200 times the amount of pollution as a non-tampered truck. This was investigated by the EPA Criminal Investigative Division. So big money involved there. $4.3 million. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I do believe toward the tail end of our Friday morning program, I had saved one of the interesting discussions there at the big symposium, FreightWaves, the Future of Freight Festival, as it was called in Chattanooga last week. And it was in regards to nuclear verdicts in the trucking industry, with oral arguments in the appeal of the landmark Werner Enterprises case, set to be heard by the Texas Supreme Court next week, December 3rd. According to the discussions last week, this is the most important case facing the trucking industry right now. In a fireside chat from the main stage, kind of recapping what had happened in this crash in 2014 that left one child dead and another paralyzed. A car carrying several people, snowy, icy weather, crossed the median strip on Interstate 20 near Odessa, Texas, colliding head-on with the Werner truck. The jury ultimately put 70% of the blame on Werner, citing the fact that the relatively new driver's trainer was asleep in the sleeper berth at the time of the collision, and that there was no CB radio in the cab, among other factors. The initial nearly $90 million verdict from 2018 has since ballooned to well over $100 million with accrued interest. Werner has said in filings with the SEC that their out-of-pocket exposure is capped at $10 million, a figure that's also the generally accepted definition of a nuclear verdict in trucking. Loeffler said this is the most important case in our industry because where these verdicts go is where your insurance premiums begin to rise. It's the nature of the industry, so we need to be aware. He called this case absolutely bananas. You know, the argument about lacking a CB, that's absurd. You know, the chief argument accepted by the jury was that given the wintry conditions, the Werner truck should have been going slower. Although the truck was moving below the posted speed limit, he also seemed to implicitly criticize the strategy of Werner's attorneys not hammering out a settlement. One of the things you don't do as a lawyer is take a trial when a child passes away, because you're not going to win those verdicts. Given that the Werner truck was found to be well maintained and the truck was traveling under the speed limit, although reportedly faster than other traffic that had slowed as a result of the weather, he said the message from this case is we have to be vigilant on these things and be educated about what's happening. Safely delivering freight on time and undamaged is difficult even under the best circumstances, but they are at war with our industry. These cases show us what's happening. Now, in the filings before the Texas Supreme Court, Werner's arguments center on legal questions, not the facts of the case or the specifics of the jury findings. Loeffler also skewered the $460 million plus verdict against the trailer manufacturer Wabash National earlier this year. You recall that? Yeah. He recapped what happened in that case. An inebriated driver whose lack of sobriety was not admissible in court in 2019 drove at 55 miles per hour into the back of a truck operated by a now defunct carrier in Missouri, killing the driver and a passenger. The carrier was hauling a Wabash manufactured trailer. The jury found Wabash liable, even though the rear guard complied with the federal standards and the victims were not wearing seatbelts. Loeffler said this case should terrify every person in this room. Not a single trailer is tested for 55 mile per hour rear impact. So the question becomes, if this is the standard, what do we do as motor carriers? What do we do as manufacturers? How are we going to think about trailers? If the rear guards need to be strong enough to withstand an impact as high as 70 miles per hour, there's no reasonable way you get to this conclusion. The Wabash verdict is expected to be appealed. Missouri does have tort reform that on appeal could limit the penalty to $70 million based on the formulas in the reform legislation. Wabash is a great company. Yeah, their current market capitalization about $804.3 million. But undoubtedly, they could not survive a $462 million verdict. End of story. If they uphold that, I mean, yeah, they're out of business. All right, Eagle will jump back on board this Monday morning coming up. We got Newsbreak about just over a minute away, so hang in there, Eagle. We got you coming up in other headlines. All right, most of the top cabinet picks have now been announced. There were a flurry of announcements over the weekend. Yeah, what about cleaning house at the Department of Justice? According to Senator Eric Schmidt, Donald Trump hit a home run in nominating Pam Bondi to be Attorney General. She will bring accountability and respect back to a Department of Justice tarnished under Democrat weaponization. I think accountability matters first and foremost. The people involved in this should be immediately fired. He was speaking on Meet the Press this past day, trying to share the liberal enemies list narrative for political retaliation. He was clear that firing the DOJ officials weaponized to investigate, prosecute, punish financially with lawfare, and jail Trump is not retaliation. Just a house cleaning for the new administration to root out the deep state operatives pushing their Democrat agenda. Anybody part of this effort to keep President Trump off the ballot and to throw him in jail for the rest of his life because they didn't like his politics, casting him as the threat to democracy, was absolutely wrong, he says.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel says Hezbollah's fired around 250 rockets across the border from Lebanon. The bombardment comes amid reports Israel and Lebanon are closing in on a ceasefire agreement over the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The US military is planning to spread missile bases throughout western Japan in the event of a Taiwan contingency. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
The US military already has a heavy presence in Japan's Okinawa region. The island chain makes up 1% of Japan's landmass but hosts 70% of US military facilities. Now, the Pentagon says Western Japan and the Philippines should expect yet more bases and more US missiles in the event of any, quote, contingency involving Taiwan and China. According to Kyodo News, the deployment of missile units will be part of a response plan by the US and Japan, which will establish temporary bases stretching from Japan's main western island of Kyushu to Taiwan. But America has not yet clarified on how temporary these bases will be and what constitutes a contingency that requires triggering the further spread of US military hardware throughout Okinawa. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Rudenko says the US is using Taiwan to provoke a serious crisis in Asia. He's reiterated Moscow's backing of China's stance on Taiwan. Beijing sees Taiwan as part of China, and President Xi Jinping's vowed to retake it by force if necessary. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In September, President Joe Biden approved a $567 million arms sale package, and following that, we heard a statement from Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. He said that Russia is supportive of China in Asia, and it opposes any attempt to inflame the situation in Taiwan. But crucially, he also said that Russia approves of Beijing's approach to Ukraine. And I think this is really key here. China and Russia have grown closer, both diplomatically, but Russia also very much depends on China economically since its invasion in Ukraine.
A new research lab's being set up to help British spies counter the threat of Russian cyber warfare. The government's warning Russian cyber interference could see power grids shut down. Government Minister Pat McFadden claims the Kremlin is exceptionally aggressive and reckless in this area, as the UK hosts a NATO cyber defence conference in London. Russia expert Keir Giles isn't clear why the UK's raising the issue now.
There is nothing new that he's actually talking about, and a lot of the developments that he seems to be presenting as new and alarming are things that we've known about for years, like Russia bringing cyber criminals on board.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, back at it here. Monday, the greatest day of the week. Looks like Eagle wants to talk about some of the mainstream media, the likes of MSNBC, The View. Well, let me share this. Word came down last week that Comcast, as the ratings are plummeting, are going to spin off NBC Universal's cable assets. MSNBC's biggest name is going to be a little lighter in the pockets. According to the report that emerged late last week, Rachel Maddow was supposedly renegotiated as far as her contract, paying her $5 million less per year. Now, the Daily Beast noted her deal was netting her $30 million. She would now be taking home a measly $25 million. Sources at the network said that the report, which initially emerged in Hollywood Business Substack newsletter, they said it's not accurate. However, the source did not provide another figure. But this, as Nielsen ratings show, MSNBC's ratings are 40% of what they were last year. In the wake of Donald Trump's victory, executives are counting on viewers to come back. The way they did in 2016 once Trump's administration got underway. But NBC Universal's parent company, Comcast, is looking to unload the cable assets. It's dragging on their share price. viewership is in revolt. Two of MSNBC's iconic faces, Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, are accused of destroying their anti-Trump credibility by traveling to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Trump. Yeah, this makes things rather tricky for MSNBC. They need to cut cost, but they got to keep its biggest stars in the fold. There were some rumors and rumblings over the weekend about maybe Elon Musk purchasing MSNBC. You know, he posted on X very similar back in the day when Twitter was supposedly going on the market for sale. He simply said, "How much is it?" And he pretty much said the same thing about MSNBC. How much is it? Do you know how the liberals' heads would explode if Elon Musk were to purchase the likes of MSNBC and turn it into a real news organization? But I don't know. It's rumors and rumblings. We'll see where it goes. But all right, Eagle, welcome back. Uh-oh, wait a minute. I think he fell asleep. Yep, he did. All right. So at least he wanted to talk about MSNBC and The View. I know The View is also scrambling. I mentioned last week they're trying to, they realize they've screwed up. Everybody on the damn panel had endorsed, backed Kamala Harris, even the so-called conservatives they had in their mix. Conservative. How do you find, in order to stay in touch with the reality, the real world, said we've got to find someone to be on our panel that's actually a Trump supporter and can voice the sentiments of that side of half the American people, or more than half the American people. All right, so with that, we've got clear lines for the first time here on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. From the folks at Landline, other industry headlines over the past week, making sure that brokers are compliant with financial responsibility requirements and have some skin in the game is something OOIDA supports. Now, the FMCSA delaying the deadline to comply with the new final rule gives the association pause, they say. OOIDA, representing the 150,000-plus members in all 50 states, the largest trade association supporting small business truckers and professional drivers. The relationship between trucking and brokers is something they're very familiar with, and they've been trying to change it for years. They issued the final rule regarding broker and freight forwarder financial responsibility in November of last year, taking several steps to improve security regulations, including the suspension of operating authority if the available financial security falls below $75,000. Specifically, the rule aims to limit the asset types that can be maintained in broker or freight forwarder trusts to cash, treasury bonds, and irrevocable letters of credit issued by federally insured depository institutions. Next, it would establish procedures and requirements for the immediate suspension of a broker and freight forwarder, their operating authority, if the available financial security falls below that $75,000 threshold. It will clarify when a broker or freight forwarder is in financial failure or insolvency and establish related requirements. So the FMCSA proposed now delaying the compliance date of this financial responsibility. They want to kick it now from 2025 until 2026. In the notice of proposed rulemaking they published in the Federal Register earlier this month, the agency said they plan to move the compliance date from what was January 16 of next year to January 16 of 2026. When their new registration system, they say, ? May be ready. comments filed by OOIDA last week, they made clear a delay is unacceptable. We alerted the FMCSA nearly a year ago. The unified registration system remains a work in progress. There have been numerous problems with the URS rollout historically. We mentioned skepticism about the final rule, providing sufficient time to complete the URS rulemaking process before that January 25 compliance date. We're disappointed that these warnings proved accurate. Yeah, they go on to say delaying this aspect of the rulemaking will allow the brokers to continue stealing transportation services in excess of the bond amount, which is just unacceptable. As freight fraud remains commonplace in the industry. Now, the FMCSA is blaming the need for the delay on the updating of their federal registration system. OOIDA said they're not holding out much hope that the necessary updates will happen in time even for the 2026 proposed compliance deadline. It's government at its best. Well, good morning, Senor.
Good morning, Senor. How y'all doing this morning?
It's a Monday, the greatest day of the week.
Tell that crayon-eating Marine that he can go to... Well, that's all right.
There you go. Yep.
Yes. No, I just got up here about 10 minutes ago, trying to get my silly butt ready for work. I got a appointment today with New Mexico Orthopedics, and hopefully they'll give me the okay to get my butt back behind the seat and making real money on the road there. So, goddammit. Trying to keep my voice quiet so I don't wake up the missus, and trying to find all my meds. It's not an easy task to do. Well, I tell you what, I just have no faith in the current government structure to make up their minds whether or not a breeze is a fart or a butterfly flap. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
Yeah. So anything, until Trump gets in with his people, then we can get some damn common sense in there, undo the log jams, and get some real business done. Oh, Lordy. So, other than that, I just thought I'd call up and say hello to everybody and make sure everybody made it through the weekend. And how about them Cowboys, huh? I tell you what, that they could have the worst season of all. But as long as they beat Washington, that's all right with me. My ex-wife, Satan's sister, y'all have heard of her?
Mm-hmm.
She is an outright DC fan. Only because while we were married, I guess she was forced to be a Cowboy fan. So anything that's anti-me, she just roots for. So, anyways, I'm so happy. And then, of course, A&M flubs up. God, I tell you what, they play 2 500 teams, and they lose their hind end. One by 20-something points, the other one by 2 in 4 overtimes. Then they play New Mexico State, which really dropped off from last year. And only beat them by 35. Hell, they should have beat them by 70, but no, they're having issues right now. And I think after that LSU game, they thought they'd conquered the world. And got news for them boys. They better get their act together, because when they play, well, they call them University of Texas, but all us Aggie fans call them TU, kind of like stinks, TU. Anyways, they're going to find out the hard way that if you're going to get a victory against a good team, you've actually got to reach down and pull something from within that you didn't think you've had in the past. So, I don't know, this Saturday, am I going to watch the game with rapt interest? probably the first couple of plays, and that'll tell me whether or not A&M's going to have a good game or not. So, yeah, of course, our college over here at Albuquerque, University of New Mexico, they're going to be flying over the Pacific going to Hawaii. And, yeah, we're very excited about the prospects of that football team under the new coaching regime, having bigger and better days ahead of them. Now, if they win at Hawaii, that'll be the first time UNM has had a 500 season in a long time since their last winning coach, and I couldn't tell you when that was. But even if they don't go to a bowl game, which if they did would be the New Mexico Bowl, we would be disappointed, but we're pretty happy to see them playing good teams and actually getting their act together offensively and defensively. When they played Washington State 2 Saturdays ago here in Albuquerque, well, I really thought they were going to get their butts kicked. And they wind up beating Washington State, who was ranked at 18th in the nation, by 3 points. I mean, it was a nail-biter all the way through. So, and I guess this is the first time in a long time the University of New Mexico has been ranked 99th. Normally they're at the bottom end of the football college ranking program, and I guess they got 130 something teams, 140 teams in Division I. So I mean, yeah, a lot of people, like I said, they're like, well, they're sub 500. Why are you so excited? Well, folks, I just told you. It's been a long time since we even been this close to 500 and this close to a potential bowl game. So, other than that, it's been kind of nice out here. Up in the 60s, some 70s. Of course, the nighttime lows have been pretty nice and cool. Great sleeping weather. And they're talking about us having some cold weather before Thanksgiving, but I don't think it's going to be really anything until then. They're talking about some snow. But I think that's mostly in excuse me.
Hey, you're just starting.
Up in the northern part of it. Yeah, like I said, I just woke up, man. But they're talking about snow maybe in the northern part of the state, which will be fine. I mean, if they can get some snowpack up there, then that means the Rio Grande is going to be flowing this year again, instead of the Rio Sand, as it normally is sometimes, because it just has a trickle. But yeah, I tell you what, after that snow earlier this month, I tell you what, I'm really looking forward to some more snow. Not that I want to chain up or anything, but we need the moisture down here. Of course, living in the desert, you always need the moisture. So, anyways, I gave 5'7", formerly known as 5'7". Well, no, he is 5'7".
Yeah.
I think it's Chevy guy. Oh, anyways, yeah. My mind is mush. I gave him a call, and he sounds tired, but he sounds like he's enjoying himself. He didn't choose the retirement; it chose him. But he's learned to enjoy it, sitting out there watching his roosters in the morning in the sunrise with his coffee. So, yeah, I appreciate you giving me a heads up about what he said, and I told him what I thought of it. 2 thumbs up, please.
And
I've only got one.
I'm guessing the fact that he's down in the swamp, right? So I mean, I know that he's up some mornings. He checks in on the Facebook thing, but he can't call because he doesn't have cell service out there in the swamp, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have very good service. I don't think it's the swamp that he lives in, but I think it's just some place that there's an anomaly to the state where he doesn't have cell service.
It's always any time he would have to take off or whatever. You know, when he was driving the truck, he could never.
He
could never check in.
Yeah. When he was going up to or down to Georgia or someplace like that. Yeah. But where he lives, it's kind of hit and miss. He's got a landline that, I can call him up and talk to him on there. And his wife is, she's also having health issues, but she sounded like she was doing okay as well. So, and then I guess y'all know about the Gilligan had a heart procedure, and I guess it was Friday.
Yeah, Friday
or Saturday.
Had the
Friday.
the ablation thing.
Yep. So, yeah. He said he's doing all right, and and then my dad, he 87 years old. He got a bovine valve implanted in his heart, so we'll see if he has a craving for steak and brisket. He says, well, as long as you don't put Bevo's heart valve in my body, I'll be all right. Bevo is the name of the University of Texas mascot. So, that big damn longhorn steer they got running around on the field. So, he's a true Aggie fan. He's a graduate of Texas A&M, graduate of class of '60. So he don't like them T-sippers too much. But anyway, so far life is good. Just got a few issues with the insurance company, and thank goodness it's open enrollment because I'm going to drop them like a hot potato. So I don't know what their issue is. I think they're just more interested in making money for the shareholders than they are to care of the people.
Yeah.
I mean, who in the hell overrides the doctor saying, nope, you can't give them this much of this medicine? It's like, well, it's a doctor's prescription, man. How is that going to be determined as of abuse or whatnot? I mean, with the Lady Heatwave's condition, she's got a whole litany or a whole list of issues that is affecting her, and these medications, I mean, they're not cheap. It damn near broke me to get the medicine she needed because of the I would say incompetence or the tight-fistedness of the insurance company. And if they don't pay as primary, then her other insurance, which is her disability, won't pay. So, me, as far as I go, I guess I'll stick with it in case I do happen to catch a hiccup or something over the road. That way I can get seen by somebody.
Right.
Because there's not a VA hospital everywhere that I go. So. But anyways, I'm sure you're getting pretty close to the top of the hour. I don't know if you are or not. I can't tell what time it is.
I got a couple of minutes. Well, one. So when you see the doc later today, you say, and when he gives you the all clear, when does that mean you can hit the road like immediately or?
Well, I'll have to go do a drug screen, and that'll take a couple of days for the results to get back. And then with Thanksgiving, it'd probably be next week on the 2nd after my birthday on the 1st. So anyways, so when I get the drug screen to go through and then get the physical, then as soon as I get the all clear, my happy honey's on the highway. That's for sure.
And I know you're looking forward to that.
I got one driver that wants to run team with me, and it's like, all right, he's never run team before, so I've got that evil grin on my face, like, oh, you are in for such a treat. Well, Steve, I'll let you go. Thanks for taking my call, and everybody, let's be careful out there. We want to be thankful for something come the 20th of this next year, and we want to make sure we do our damage to all the turkeys that have been harvested already. So y'all be careful out there. We'll holler at you. What is your schedule for this week?
I'm here Tuesday and Wednesday morning. I'll be here, and then Wednesday, when I get done Wednesday morning, that's it for the week.
I kind of figured it'd probably be a 4-day weekend for you too. Well, maybe I can get one of the girls up so you can harass them before the week is done. All right, Senor, you have yourself a good day. Say hey to everybody, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you for checking in. You got it. There you go, Senor Heatwave. Hoping to get the all clear to get back out on the road. South Korean car maker Hyundai recalling roughly 42,000 plus vehicles in the U.S. due to an improperly routed wiring that may increase the risk of a crash, according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration on Saturday. The recall includes certain 2025 model year Tucson and Santa Cruz vehicles. So these are brand new, just off the assembly line, essentially, right? The U.S. Auto Safety Regulator said a vehicle transmission that could move out of park mode without the driver pressing the brake pedal could cause the vehicle to roll away. That's not good. That would raise the risk of a crash, right? Friday, the automaker also recalled over 145,000 electric vehicles in the U.S. due to a loss of drive power. Okay. Electric vehicles. Surprise, surprise. All right, news break coming up here. Final hour just ahead. Jump on in at 844-844-3388 as we get the new week underway. We get to some of the appointments I mentioned, a handful of additional appointments over the weekend. Yeah, most of Trump appointments have been praised by the GOP. There was one rather controversial pick in the latest batch. We'll explain that coming up again in our final hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel says Hezbollah's fired around 250 rockets across the border from Lebanon. The bombardment comes amid reports Israel and Lebanon are closing in on a ceasefire agreement over the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The US military is planning to spread missile bases throughout western Japan in the event of a Taiwan contingency. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
The US military already has a heavy presence in Japan's Okinawa region. The island chain makes up 1% of Japan's landmass but hosts 70% of US military facilities. Now, the Pentagon says Western Japan and the Philippines should expect yet more bases and more U.S. missiles in the event of any, quote, contingency involving Taiwan and China. According to Kyodo News, the deployment of missile units will be part of a response plan by the U.S. and Japan, which will establish temporary bases stretching from Japan's main western island of Kyushu to Taiwan. but America has not yet clarified on how temporary these bases will be and what constitutes a contingency that requires triggering the further spread of U.S. military hardware throughout Okinawa. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Rudenko says the US is using Taiwan to provoke a serious crisis in Asia. He's reiterated Moscow's backing of China's stance on Taiwan. Beijing sees Taiwan as part of China, and President Xi Jinping's vowed to retake it by force if necessary. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In September, President Joe Biden approved a $567 million arms sale package. And following that, we heard a statement from Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. He said that Russia is supportive of China in Asia, and it opposes any attempt to inflame the situation in Taiwan. But crucially, he also said that Russia approves of Beijing's approach to Ukraine. And I think this is really key here. China and Russia have grown closer, both diplomatically, but Russia also very much depends on China economically since its invasion in Ukraine.
A new research lab's being set up to help British spies counter the threat of Russian cyber warfare. The government's warning Russian cyber interference could see power grids shut down. Government Minister Pat McFadden claims the Kremlin is exceptionally aggressive and reckless in this area as the UK hosts a NATO cyber defence conference in London. Russia expert Keir Giles isn't clear why the UK is raising the issue now.
There is nothing new that he's actually talking about, and a lot of the developments that he seems to be presenting as new and alarming are things that we've known about for years, like Russia bringing cyber criminals on board.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking in more detail today at the outcome of COP29, the climate change summit that has finished in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan. It ended with a $1.3 trillion agreement to provide funds for developing world nations to move towards a low-carbon economy. But only $300 billion of that money will come in the form of grants and interest-free loans. The rest of the cash will rely on private investors and new levies on fossil fuel use that have not yet been agreed. Riley Ware is with Christian Aid's delegation attending the event in Baku.
We're disappointed ultimately because this was billed as the finance COP that would actually meet the needs of developing countries, both to tackle the impacts of climate change, the droughts, the floods, the storms, but also help them decarbonise their economies over the next few years. And despite this being kind of the moment where we were supposed to really mobilise the right amount of money to do that, the number is too low and it's too vague. It will come from largely loans that will just add to the debt burden of many of these poorer countries.
There were protests in the final hours of COP29 and allegations that Saudi Arabia was playing a behind-the-scenes role to alter the final text of the summit without full consultation. The event ended in a general atmosphere of recrimination and claims that it had been a missed opportunity. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Israel says Hezbollah's fired around 250 rockets across the border from Lebanon. The US military is planning to spread missile bases through western Japan in the event of a Taiwan contingency. Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister says the US is using Taiwan to provoke a serious crisis in Asia, and a new research lab's being set up to help British spies counter the threat of Russian cyber warfare. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
back at it here. Trying to pull up the rest of the story. All right, the presidential cabinet picks. It's been a flurry the last 2 weeks. Some of the latest. Trump selecting Brooke Rollins, who was president of the American First Policy Institute, to be agriculture secretary. Brooke will spearhead the effort to protect American farmers, who are the backbone of our country, says Trump. If confirmed by the Senate, Rollins would lead a 100,000-person agency with offices in every county in the country, whose remit includes farm and nutrition programs, forestry, home and farm lending, food safety, rural development, agricultural research, trade, and more. Had a budget of $437.2 billion this year. All right, the nominee's agenda would carry implication for American diets and wallets, both urban and rural. Department of Agriculture officials and staff negotiate trade deals, guide dietary recommendations, inspect meat, fight wildfires, and support rural broadband, among other activities. But the American First Policy Institute, a right-leaning think tank whose personnel have worked closely with Trump's campaign to help shape policy for the incoming administration. If confirmed, Rollins would advise the administration on how and whether to implement clean fuel tax credits for biofuels at a time when the sector is hoping to grow through the production of sustainable aviation fuel. The nominee would also guide next year's renegotiation of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade deal in the shadow of disputes over Mexico's attempt to bar imports of genetically modified corn and Canada's dairy import quotas. All right, Trump has again plans to institute sweeping tariffs that are likely to affect the farm sector. Surgeon General, I believe this was the kind of the most controversial that I've seen yet, unless you considered RFK Jr. a controversial pick. Some do. But Jeanette Neshiwat, who's an emergency physician and disaster relief specialist, to serve as the next Surgeon General. The medical director for CityMD Urgent Care Clinics, a frequent Fox News medical contributor, recognized for her leadership during major healthcare crises, including the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, Trump said she's a fierce advocate for preventive medicine and affordable health care, an unwavering commitment to saving and treating thousands of Americans' lives. Now, she has a history of service during emergencies, providing on-the-ground care after Hurricane Katrina, the Joplin, Missouri tornado, a member of the Samaritan's Purse Disaster Assistance Relief Team. She offered medical aid in some of the world's most challenging environments. Now, Trump recognized her ability to lead during difficult times. The COVID pandemic, in the early months of the outbreak, she worked on the front lines in one of the hardest hit areas. Where the controversy comes into play, they had released some of the interviews, again, where she was a Fox News contributor, where during the COVID, the peak of the pandemic, she was actually praising the likes of Facebook, a.k.a. Meta, for their censoring of posts that were derogatory toward the efficacy of the COVID vaccines. Yeah, and she was urging other social media outlets to censor and ban anything derogatory. We saw that. So, I mean, the fact that she was actually on board with censoring anything negative about the COVID vaccines or the lockdowns and things of that nature, she was a big advocate for that, which we now know, hindsight, looking back, it was all not based on science in regards to the vaccines themselves. The question of efficacy and potential harmful effects in the future continue to pour in now that we're several years past the fact. And then lastly, Representative Dave Weldon of Florida to serve as the director of the CDC. Thrilled to announce the former Congressman Dr. Dave Weldon as director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Weldon served in Congress 1995 to 2009, representing Florida's 15th Congressional District. An Army veteran and medical doctor, served on several committees: Appropriations, Health and Human Services, Education and Labor, as well as Science. Returned to private practice following his career in politics. He questioned the safety of some vaccines, a stance that likely won favors with the new administration looking to reset the public perception of the agencies. Americans have lost trust in the CDC and our federal health authorities, who've engaged in censorship, data manipulation, and misinformation. Given the current chronic health crisis in our country, the CDC must step up, correct past errors to focus on the prevention of disease. And much of this I thought was going to be like under RFK's jurisdiction, but so there you go. Throw a handful of picks over the weekend. Good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Summer. If you want to live a long, prosperous, healthy life, avoid all doctors, lawyers, bankers, preachers, politicians, especially them damn old truck drivers, right? You can't trust a doctor to give you right information anyway. They're going to lie about it. It's all about the money, M.O. anyway. Who's the biggest winner of all them sporting events, Steve?
The owners?
No, Vegas bookie.
Oh, the bookies. Okay.
Yep, the bookie. Yep, he's the one. He's going to win more than anybody else. That's why there's so rich out there in Las Vegas, there, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like them professional games. I don't really believe they're all real. They claim that wrestling is fake and the moonshot is real, but I don't know. The moonshot might be real. I think it is real, but I don't know 100% sure because they didn't take me with them there, right? So other than that, I'm always going to have this little doubt in the back of my mind there. But anyway, my only biggest problem with all them TV games and stuff, them coaches and players, they wear too much damn makeup for me, Steve. So you seen the amount of makeup they got on their face on them games?
Yes.
Yep. That may be why Nick got out. I don't know. He wasn't wearing enough makeup for him or something. I don't know. Anyway, had a good show this morning. I got one question. How come the government workers are not talking to Trump's team right now? They're refusing to talk to them there or even allow them information and stuff. Sent you
okay. Yeah, I was trying to get that pulled up there. I haven't had a chance to go through it yet, so I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, that's kind of wild there. I didn't get a chance to read the total article, so I got to go back and check it out there off of Politico. So anyway, can I trust Politico to tell me the truth? Maybe not. Yep, maybe not. Man, I've enjoyed the show there, man. That's about halfway through It's almost quitting time, Steve. We're in about 45 minutes, right?
That is correct. On a Monday, greatest day of the week, and a short work week. So tomorrow's like hump day.
Yeah, Saturday is the greatest day of the week when I get back home. It'll be Wednesday for me. So this week there, well, but I'll still call in there. Good morning, brother.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, what he's referencing there, I had just pulled that up when we were coming back from the break, trying to, as I said, get the rest of the story. Advisors for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. reached out to the Health and Human Services Department multiple times after Trump tapped him to lead the massive agency, hoping to jumpstart coordination before his takeover in late January. They were rebuffed. Kennedy's inability to communicate with the agency he may soon manage, confirmed by an administration official with knowledge of the episodes, granted anonymity to describe the internal deliberations, is just one consequence of the president-elect's continued foot-dragging on signing the standard trio of ethics and transparency agreements with the federal government. Something his team, they say, pledged to do shortly after the election. The Trump transition's unprecedented delay in signing the agreements has so far prevented the incoming administration from having any formal contact with federal agencies, including sending in groups of policy advisors known as what they call landing teams. It also means they cannot access cybersecurity support or secure email servers for their transition-related work or request FBI background checks for their nominees. Both the Trump transition and the White House confirmed to Politico that negotiations on the agreements are still underway, but until the standoff is resolved, Trump's cabinet nominees will gain no more insight than the general public in the workings of the departments they're supposed to run. Watchdog groups, ethics experts, and former government officials say the delay in coordination with federal agencies, which typically begins by mid-November, means the new administration won't be up to speed on the state of the career workforce and budget and what headaches might await them when Trump takes the oath of office on January 20. The failure thus far to sign the memorandums has also troubled Biden officials who are particularly concerned about the potential national security implications. Without the agreements in place, Trump's team cannot access any non-public government data, depriving it of a full view of the efforts of the White House and the federal agencies that they're taking to safeguard against a range of threats. That includes classified elements of the administration's involvement in conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine, details of high-level conversations with allies. The stalemate has also left the Trump transition largely in the dark on threats closer to home that could quickly mushroom into crisis, like the continued spread of the avian flu. Members of Congress in both parties are also alarmed, with 3 Senate Democrats suggesting that the lack of FBI background checks could prevent Trump's nominees from securing confirmation. Looking at this past week, the pick of Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, who decided to withdraw from consideration after a series of leaks. All right, I'm not really sure. It doesn't explain why the standoff. Why are they not, what is in those so-called documents that they don't want to sign off on? Thanks for sharing the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. Waking up on a Monday. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. What's going on?
Well, we sitting at the boat ramp, getting ready for the friends to come on in, and we're going to head up the river swamp for the next 3 days and duck hunt, drink beer, and eat wild game, and all that good stuff. What do you think?
So the Carolina Monkey Gouger actually checking in from the Marina Del Rey, huh?
Yeah, well, we're down here. We're way down. We're down on the swamp right now, sitting in the boat landing, waiting on everybody to get here. Taking the head up the swamp up there, get up there before daylight. They say the ducks are flying in the woods, jumping in the boat, committing suicide, just surrender. If all the intel is correct, it's going to be a hell of a next 3 days, Steve.
Oh boy, 3 days in the swamp with you and the boys, right?
Yes, sir. But I tell you, it's a much-needed vacation. I guarantee you.
There won't be any. There won't be any skullbuster consumption during this ordeal, will there?
I got about 4 cases of them Coors good premium beer sitting here. None of that Miller Lite trash, Bud Light, and none of that good stuff. And some of these cheapskates to be bringing some of that Keystone up there, but we had to put that stuff in another cooler. I don't let that get next to them Coors. Well, Steve, I had to call you. Is Big Ed called in and conceded yet?
Conceded? No, wait a minute. He was giving you all kind of hell earlier this morning. Yes, he's called in now. I guess you did it. You agreed with most of his picks. Now you conceded that, but you did tell him Oklahoma would beat Alabama.
I told him, and I told you before I got off the thing. I said Venables has done beat Alabama twice when he was defensive coordinator at Clemson. And I said, he's going to own them. Now, you know, Big Ed is supposed to be a big Sooner fan now, right? Are you with me?
Well, yeah, but he said he's, unlike you, he's not so biased where he will not bet against him.
And it was a bonus question, right?
Yes,
the way I look at it, the bonus question give me 50 points. I am the new football guru of the season.
Boy, oh boy. He threw down the gauntlet on you. Next year, you know, if we're still able to, if we're still sunny side up, we'll get you to make your picks every week and see who can pull out a better record.
Well, hell, he calls me every week to find out and get his picks down. I'm giving him all my intel.
Oh.
But I couldn't believe he jumped ship on the Sooners. Yeah, that's the old Big Ed thinks that he knows everything. But see, he calls around and calls different people and gets all his picks, and then he calls in like he's some kind of guru. But he don't mention the people that give him all the picks. See, he ain't telling the whole story about this.
Oh, boy. Ed's going to have something to say about this. I guarantee you that.
I had him so jacked up on Facebook night before last. He stayed up to 4 o'clock in the morning. He said, "Are you awake?" I said, "Hell no, I'm sleeping. I ain't talking to you." Well, Steve, I just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and it's going to be a big one at the Artist household this year. Yeah, all the aunts and uncles are coming in and everything, so we leave the swamp Thanksgiving morning after we shoot ducks and going out to eat and drink beer and watch football. But there's one thing I got some bad information on my Clemson Tigers. See, I thought we were playing in Columbia. We're playing in Death Valley this year. Death Valley. 12 o'clock kickoff Saturday. Watch the Clemson Tigers eat some chicken up yonder at Death Valley. I predict us to win by 10 points.
All right, we'll jot that pick down. Well, be safe out there in the swamp there. The Carolina Monkey Gouger, and happy Thanksgiving if we don't talk to you before.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel says Hezbollah's fired around 250 rockets across the border from Lebanon. The bombardment comes amid reports Israel and Lebanon are closing in on a ceasefire agreement over the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The US military is planning to spread missile bases throughout western Japan in the event of a Taiwan contingency. Chris Gilbert reports from Tokyo.
The US military already has a heavy presence in Japan's Okinawa region. The island chain makes up 1% of Japan's landmass but hosts 70% of US military facilities. Now, the Pentagon says Western Japan and the Philippines should expect yet more bases and more US missiles in the event of any, quote, contingency involving Taiwan and China. According to Kyodo News, the deployment of missile units will be part of a response plan by the US and Japan, which will establish temporary bases stretching from Japan's main western island of Kyushu to Taiwan. But America has not yet clarified on how temporary these bases will be and what constitutes a contingency that requires triggering the further spread of US military hardware throughout Okinawa. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
Russia's Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Rudenko says the US is using Taiwan to provoke a serious crisis in Asia. He's reiterated Moscow's backing of China's stance on Taiwan. Beijing sees Taiwan as part of China, and President Xi Jinping's vowed to retake it by force if necessary. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In September, President Joe Biden approved a $567 million arms sale package, and following that, we heard a statement from Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. He said that Russia is supportive of China in Asia, and it opposes any attempt to inflame the situation in Taiwan. But crucially, he also said that Russia approves of Beijing's approach to Ukraine. And I think this is really key here. China and Russia have grown closer, both diplomatically, but Russia also very much depends on China economically since its invasion in Ukraine.
A new research lab's being set up to help British spies counter the threat of Russian cyber warfare. The government's warning Russian cyber interference could see power grids shut down. Government Minister Pat McFadden claims the Kremlin is exceptionally aggressive and reckless in this area, as the UK hosts a NATO cyber defence conference in London. Russia expert Keir Giles isn't clear why the UK's raising the issue now.
There is nothing new that he's actually talking about, and a lot of the developments that he seems to be presenting as new and alarming are things that we've known about for years, like Russia bringing cyber criminals on board.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
A thunder and a storm reigned over the Region 3 and 4 Light Pros. Bannion's Forgiven wouldn't let up in Region 2 East, and in the West, Never Enough was plenty. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters and clubs, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We already have big news about next year's Grand National schedule. For those making travel plans to two major upper Midwestern events, the Power Pool Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota, and the Farley Nationals in Farley, Iowa, have swapped weekends. Starting in 2025, the GN event in Hutchinson will be on the first full weekend in June, which next year is Friday and Saturday, June 6th and 7th. The Farley Nationals will run Thursday through Saturday, June 12th through the 14th. You'll find the entire NTPA National schedule come January at ntpapull.com. Now let's recognize another quartet of regional national champions. Kevin Bannion, Urbana, Ohio. Forgiven, 2024 NTPA Region 2 East Light Pro Stock Champion. The critical stretch proved to be early August for this front-loaded subregion, which launched in early June and had a half dozen hooks in the books by the middle of July. Bannion battled Colton Zundel's Steel City Smoker to a draw to that point, with each having won once near the other's home turf, Bannion in Waynesburg, Zundel in Marion. But when the calendar flipped, so did the script, as Forgiven forged 3 straight victories on familiar tracks in hometown Urbana, Sandusky, and Zanesville to clear the smoker by double digits. Jordan Stroud, Midland, Ohio. Never Enough, 2024 NTPA Region 2 West Light Pro Stock Champion. Stroud could not get enough of Light Pro pulling in 2024, as he never missed a hook in Region 2. That's all 11 in the East to reach and hang on to third from Mechanicstown Ford with a win in Marysville, and all 9 in the West to earn his first championship. There he sat third in the standings and trailed Justin Jeffries 1066 by 3 until he matched his second place in Paulding with another in Arcola to catapult into a lead he would not surrender. Across 20 points hooks, Never Enough had plenty to offer with 16 top 5 finishes. Alan Cook. Wilton, Wisconsin, Black Thunder, 2024 NTPA Terramax Region 3 Light Pro Stock Champion. The region was under a severe weather warning for its first month, as Thunder fell 4 feet shy of perfection, a second in Tomah to Jeremy Plutz's big one across the season's first 5 appearances. To those wins in Tomah, Lancaster, Decorah, and River Falls, Cook added only 1 the rest of the way in Houston, but the storm's damage was done. Black Thunder's margin over defending champ Kurt Ofdahl's weekend Mistress had reached 11 points. Mistress drew some attention with late wins in Norwalk and Waiawega to trim the advantage to 4. Perry Walters, Lexington, North Carolina, smoking up a storm. 2024 NTPA Pro Polar Tires Region 4 Light Pro Stock Champion. In his interview, Walters remarked that it was his first victory at the state fair in 45 years of pulling. It came at the right time. Nodded with Kendall Beasley's formidable high gear harvester at 86 points after his win and third at Lumberton and another third by daughter Lauren Davis, Smokin' couldn't take a break. Having drawn the Raleigh Saturday night test hook, Perry poured it on, storming all the way out to 339 feet, 25 feet beyond what Beasley was later able to muster, and 30 feet past the balance of the field. It resulted in the Walters' second regional title. The last came in 2022. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and bull hard.
All right, back on a Monday. Hey, Thanksgiving week is here. For most, a short work week. And for millions, a busy week of travel. Good morning to Rubber Duck from beautiful downtown LaPorte, Indiana. We were talking earlier about the delete kits bypassing the emission systems on the newer vehicles. Rubber Duck says, I will admit I had a 2010. We were in a lease purchase. It was deleted. And it blew the head gasket, which resulted in me paying for a rebuild. You could not stand the fumes when you loaded. Now fast forward, my 2017 is still compliant, but has cost $20,000 to keep it that way, and now has no codes, but it decides to smoke so bad. I've got multiple calls that I'm on fire. Even had the Hobart, Indiana code enforcement officer chase me into a dealer over it, but it didn't throw any codes. All right, something just seems amiss with that one, huh? Has anybody seen Rick in Columbus? No, he has not posted this morning, and I can't recall if he was on board with us Friday morning or not. Hope everything's all right there with Rick in Columbus. Good morning. On to Truck and Phil. Happy Monday, the greatest day of the week. How ironic. Pam Bondi. When I used to call into your late great father, the truckin' bozo, I used to call him from our Bondi drop yard in Brampton, Ontario, and the Oshawa yard in Canada. All right, used to change in the payphone just to get rolls of quarters and call him up or get those old calling cards back in the day. You're talking like an old timer there, Truckin' Phil. Back in the late 80s. Anyway, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. 57 with rain in the forecast here. Fort Wayne, 49, and a chance of rain for Sterling Heights. Let's get the new week started. Departing Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Have a great week from Truckin' Phil and Semper Fi. All right, traditionally, don't like the auto manufacturers. Won't you be shutting down here in, I don't know, is it Thanksgiving or is it Christmas time when you shut down? Thanksgiving right through the new year. You get kind of an extended vacation 2 weeks there. Meanwhile, on to Wheelchair Dave. Well, good morning, Dave. Sent me a couple of emails here. He said, tell that monkey gouger Keystone is actually made by Coors. Okay, but yeah, at the same time, what Bush, yeah, is made by Anheuser-Busch, a.k.a. the same people that make the Bud. Isn't that, let's say it's like the bottom of the barrel or something. I don't know. It's Keystone. All I know is that's the real affordable stuff, you know, when you only have a few bucks left in your pocket. Get you a 30-pack of Keystone. Hey, let's tip the hat to a group of U.S. students who have smashed a series of world records after launching a homemade rocket farther and faster into space than any other amateur rocket. The student-made missile soared 90,000 feet beyond the previous record holder, which was a Chinese rocket launched more than 20 years ago. The record-breaking rocket, named Aftershock 2, designed and built by students at the University of Southern California's Rocket Propulsion Lab, a group run entirely by undergraduate students. They launched Aftershock 2 on October 20th from a site in Black Rock Desert, Nevada. The rocket itself stood about 14 feet tall. It weighed 330 pounds. The rocket broke the sound barrier in just 2 seconds after liftoff. Is that even possible? And reached its maximum speed roughly 19 seconds after launch, according to the RPL team. Summarizing the launch, the rocket's engine then burned out, but the craft continued to climb as atmospheric resistance decreased, enabling it to leave Earth's atmosphere 85 seconds after launch and then reach its highest elevation 92 seconds later. At this point, the nose cone separated from the rest of the rocket deployed a parachute so it could safely re-enter the atmosphere, touching down in the desert where it was collected by the RPL team for analysis. The rocket's apogee was about 470,000 feet above Earth's surface, which is further into space than any non-governmental, non-commercial group has ever flown before. The previous record of 380,000 feet was set in 2004 by what was known as the Go Fast rocket made by China's civilian space exploration team. But during the flight, Aftershock 2 reached a maximum speed of about 3,600 miles per hour, or Mach 5.5, 5.5 times the speed of sound, which was slightly faster than the Go Fast from China, which also held the amateur speed record for 20 years. But elevation and speed were not the only records broke. This represents several engineering firsts. According to an undergraduate mechanical engineering student at USC, executive engineer of the RPL team, who will soon be joining SpaceX's Starship team. Aftershock 2 is distinguished by the most powerful solid propellant motor ever fired by students and the most powerful composite case motor made by amateurs. It's pretty impressive, though. To create their record-breaking rocket, the Aftershock 2 team used new advancements in thermal protection, which is critical when a rocket's traveling at hypersonic speeds. The students coated Aftershock 2 in a new type of heat-resistant paint and equipped it with titanium-coated fins, which replaced carbon-based parts used on previous models. Thermal protection at hypersonic speeds, a major challenge at the industry level. The upgrades this team made performed perfectly, enabling the rocket to actually return largely intact. But the heating effect was so intense that the titanium fins turn from a silvery color to blue. Okay, where the metal reacts with atmospheric oxygen to create a layer of titanium oxide. Pretty impressive for a bunch of undergrad students there, and I guess appropriately be moving on to join the SpaceX team. All right, next on the list we've got, the new administration coming in. Drill, baby, drill, right? That was the motto in 2016. Looks like will again be the model here come 2025. J.P. Morgan Friday predicted a decline in oil prices during President-elect Donald Trump's upcoming term, citing his commitment to defeating inflation by reducing energy prices. The investment bank anticipates a large surplus of 1.3 million barrels per day and an average Brent crude price of $73 next year, then falling below $60 by 2026. However, they expect prices to end 2025 below $70, with West Texas Intermediate at $64. By 2026, the average Brent forecast is $61, West Texas at $57 per barrel, assuming that OPEC Plus maintains current production levels. The bank sees global oil demand growth decelerating from 1.3 million barrels per day this year to 1.1 million next year, adding that China's expected to lead oil demand growth for the last time before India takes the lead in 2026. Now, Trump's energy agenda presents some downside risk to oil prices from deregulation and increased U.S. production, while also posing upside risk by exerting pressure on Iran, Venezuela, possibly Russia, to limit their oil exports and revenues. In 2026, some OPEC members may consider increasing oil production, given the pattern of periodic oil market volatility over the past decade. Particularly, we saw it in 2014 and 2020. That could possibly trigger another market reset starting in 2026, according to the bank. The OPEC countries and their allies led by Russia, the group known as OPEC Plus, which pumps about half the world's oil, has already delayed a plan to gradually lift production by several months this year. All right, deregulation coming on. Not recalling when Trump, during his first administration, when he took over. Yeah, remember one of those first orders that for every new regulation that these various government agencies try to impose, if you're going to impose a new regulation, you have to scrap or get rid of 2 existing regulations. I wonder if he'll do that again. I mean, they're talking big time, less regulation across the board. And, of course, that's less government intervention. And when he made that order, all these issues we've been talking about the last several years, the likes of speed limiters, speed governors on trucks, and other issues, those all went to the back burner, all but disappeared, only to resurface when Joe Biden took office. But they haven't pushed it through across the finish line yet. And all signs now are kind of pointing to it's probably going to disappear again with a second Trump administration.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big...
So got some interesting updates from the Biolabs facility where they had that massive fire back in September. The preliminary report, the board, an investigative board that issued an update on Friday indicating fires at the Biolab facility near Atlanta that produced those toxic chemical clouds were caused by reactive chemicals being exposed to moisture. You know, we all recall the videos, the photos, the fire on September 29, Conyers, Georgia. That huge plume of, you could tell, toxic was orange and black smoke. Biolabs makes chemicals that kill algae and bacteria in water, primarily for swimming pools and hot tubs. They are a subsidiary of the Lawrenceville, Georgia-based KIK Consumer Products. There was a Biolabs employee who was on fire watch at the Plant 12 storage warehouse that reported hearing a popping sound upon leaving a break room about 5 o'clock in the morning to do his 5 a.m. rounds, a check, and immediately saw that a product reactive to water was wet. He called the only other Biolab employee that was on site at that time. Although no flames were initially observed, the employee on fire watch tried unsuccessfully to isolate the product and called 911 about 5:10 a.m. as large toxic vapor plumes formed inside the building. By 6:30 a.m., flames could be seen through the roof of the area where employees first noticed the chemical reaction. That initial shelter-in-place order issued about 7:40 a.m., and the fire was put out by Rockdale County firefighters about 30 minutes later. Then, though, a second fire broke out about the noon hour. That produced the thick black smoke followed by the multicolored plumes. I mean, lifetime firefighters said they've never seen toxic smoke like they were witnessing that day. Evacuations of the surrounding area started about 12:30. The county fire chief said the fire was extinguished by 4 p.m. Of course, Interstate 20 that runs parallel to the facility was shut down shortly after the building collapsed. Just before 1 in the afternoon, it was closed till 7 a.m. the next day. Of course, then the Rockdale County Emergency Management issued a shelter-in-place warning within a 2-mile radius that lasted for several weeks. That final order expired on October 17. At the time, you'll recall, some of the smoke drifted toward Atlanta, causing the smog or the haze that smelled of chlorine in parts of the city and surrounding areas. BioLab, they say, has a strong track record of working constructively with regulatory agencies and continue to cooperate with the CSB's investigation. It's still an ongoing investigation, according to a spokesperson from BioLab in a statement to Newsweek on Sunday. But that was a pretty nasty deal. The top priority is and has always been the health and safety of the communities which we operate in. We are working collaboratively with first responders and authorities to remediate the situation at our Conyers warehouse. All right, with that, we'll close things out on a Monday. Have a greatest day of the week. But hey, we'll be back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. Hope you can join us once again for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.